Hello everyone and welcome to Simply Learn. I am Chatvik Anand and I will be your learner success manager for today's session. It's great to have you all here and I hope you had a wonderful day so far. So before we jump into the exciting content, can you please confirm in the chat box if you can hear me loud and clear or not? Guys, you can type yes in the chat box, please. Great. Thank you for the confirmation, everyone. So, after the session, we will send out a short survey. Your feedback is priceless to us. So, please take a moment to rate the session and tell us how it did. Also, please add comments to the survey, which will encourage us to keep doing good work or improve. Additionally, closed captioning is available for the session. We'll have to enable it to follow the conversation closely. The same will be made available in session recordings too. So, before we dive in, let's do a quick audio check with our trainer. Hi, Ranjita ma'am. Good afternoon. Can you hear me loud and clear? Hi, Ranjita ma'am. Good
Yeah,
afternoon. Can you hear me loud and clear?
good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, you are loud and clear. Just confirm if I am also loud and clear.
Yes, ma'am. We can also hear you loud and clear. Now I'll make you the co-host so I can begin with the session. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
It's a
you.
second idea of yours, ma'am.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, Shatvik, are you saying something?
Yes, ma'am. There are two profiles of yours in this Zoom meeting.
So, faculty
Is it
Ranjita Jain. Yeah. Okay. Faculty Ranjita Jain.
the second one is not yours? Right.
The second one is not required. It's okay. Fine. So, this is what
Okay.
I will be using. Fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good afternoon, good evening, good morning, team. So, hope you have a wonderful day so far. And we are on our second chapter that we started, and we started with our stakeholder identification and how do we engage these stakeholders. So that is what we started yesterday. That only stakeholder identification is not what is more important, but along with that stakeholder identification, we need to have a holistic perception about those stakeholders. So we assess their interest, impact, influence, and we try to get to know about their expectations, their requirements, so that based on that we can define our engagement strategies, and this is how we are going to engage them in the decision making or in the execution throughout the project. So that is what project manager needs to have, a stakeholder engagement plan, and how we are going to engage them. So what a method of communication, what frequency, who would be responsible. So we need to have a communication management plan to do that. So we also discussed about the type of communication, as well as we talked about the communication channels and the methods also, pull, push, and interactive. That is what we did, and we started with our team formation. So as we know that we are looking for the early formation of our team, so that we can start developing all our norms and how we all can align the stakeholders team from the beginning only, so that we have a shared understanding about our project vision, about our project objective. So we were just on the second topic that we started yesterday. So today we have to complete this team formation topic. It is a very general one what we are going to cover in this chapter, early formation, and how do you lead, how do you build your team. That is what we will be looking into our fourth chapter in detail. So we'll also talk about this building shared understanding, and how do we determine our project approach. So that is what we are going to start today. This is our agenda. So let's see if we are able to complete this entire chapter today, or might be something is left. We can always do it in our next session. So there was one question yesterday, question rather than there was a kind of a query that the recordings on the LMS are not working fine. So we checked it from our team. So there is no as such any lag or a kind of a buffering that I think one of the learner, maybe Ankit or Amit, I am just not remembering that name. So it is working very fine. So that is what we have checked it from our part. Okay. And if you remember, I asked you people, yeah, Bachchan. So I just shared you the PMI code of ethics also on the day one, isn't it? PMI code of ethics. That was a small PDF. Anyone who has gone through that PDF or not yet? PMI code of ethics. It is there on the drive also, and it is there in the LMS content day one. Okay, Stuti says yes. Not yet. Even Neelkandan says yes. Manideepa says yes. All right. No issues. The people who have not gone through that, so please go through that PMI code of ethics. So it would be in the PMP books, Joshua. And in the drive, we have PMP books. So there we have this PMI code of ethics. Even in your LMS portal under the session material on the day one, it is there. So either way, you can download it because that PDF, that code of ethics, will definitely help you in your PMP exam in answering at least 4 to 5 questions correct, because we have to be ethical in our conduct. So all those very basic things are there. This is what we'll talk about also, but kindly go through that particular document. It is a very general one. Hardly it will take 10 to 15 minutes only to go through that. For our PMP exam, we have to follow those ethical grounds. Might be in our real time we cannot be 100% ethical, but that is what, there are still many organizations who works with their ethics, isn't the business ethics. So again, for our PMP exam, wear that PMI hat and you have to follow it. So yesterday we just introduced about the team formation. That is what we talked about, that in the predictive project, it is the project manager who has to identify his skill sets. What would be the skills required for this project? So he will be preparing a resource management plan so that we identify, we develop our team accordingly. All those strategies we have to define initially in the beginning only. What would be your team structure? What would be your team norms? In the adaptive, we know the teams are always self organized and the servant leadership. These are the two important characteristics when we say we have a adaptive team. Agile team, always they support and help each other. They are the cross functional team that simply says the team should have got all the required skill set which is required to complete your project, from the different functional part, your quality analyst, your business analyst, your developers, your designers, isn't it? That is what we need to have with our team to complete the scope. So now moving on to the next topic. As we know, the team is self-organized, but still we have got two type of leadership and management model in the adaptive project. In the predictive, it is the project manager who will be identifying what are the skill sets required, isn't it? That is what we just discussed. In the predictive project, project manager will be responsible for defining the roles and responsibility, what type of skills are required. That is what he would be preparing this plan, and according to that he would be negotiating with the functional department to get those resources. So some resources are always pre-assigned, isn't it? So might be in your project charter also it would be mentioned that for this project this architect would be used, These would be the vendors. So some resources are pre-assigned and some you have to negotiate with your functional managers, and some resources we need to acquire as well, isn't it? The equipment, the materials, the third party one, that also we'll see in our resource planning. So when we talk about this leadership and management model in the adaptive project, so there are two type of models that we have. One is the One is the centralized and one is the distributed model for what we are going to have, isn't it? So this is what like we are going to work. What are the difference between these two models when we say our adaptive team? So in the adaptive team also you will be working with a kind of a centralized model as well as you have a distributed model both, isn't it? So again, there is a question that in the adaptive environment, when the teams are self-organizing, but who selects it, isn't it? So staffing of the team is always the responsibility of the organization, isn't it? That is what like what type of organization you are working with, whether it is a matrix or a functional. So this is how the project manager, product owner, so they will be basically working on, isn't it? So it is always you have your functional department resource managers, so they will be releasing the resources who would be working on this agile team, but product owner has to ensure, or maybe the project manager has to ensure that all the required skills are there, isn't it? So that is what like we are going to define. So when we say self organize, it is the team who is organized in a way that they have a freedom to work according to them. They can plan the things, they can estimate the things. That is how team members are working. But there would be a resource manager, there would be the organizational things who are going to do that stuffing, who will be working for this project, isn't it? That particular department role is there. Now we have a centralized model and a distributed model. So what happens in the centralized model? As we know, the team is all practicing the leadership activities, but there is one person who would be the project manager or the team leader who would be accountable for the decision making. So the team is working under this project manager or a team leader, and he is going to accountable, he would be instructing, he would be guiding the team for achieving the project goal. That is what is the centralized model, where we have a faster decision making, and communication is also streamlined because this is how team is working under this project manager, because they themselves have practicing some of those leadership activities, but one person, he would be a team leader or he would be a project manager who is going to be accountable for the decision making on the project. That is how in some project where we are working on a kind of a more critical project, or once we know that our team is inexperienced, the team is not a kind of that level where they can take the decisions or they can work together, so they need someone who should be accountable to take the decision. That is how centralized model works. And in the distributed model, it is basically the leadership role, the management decision making role is distributed amongst the team member. So it just becomes that might be we are working right now on a particular phase of the project, that is the design phase. So we know that for design phase, this person is experienced, when this person has the expertise. So all the team members assign him as a decision maker, that right now he would be working as a facilitator or as a leader to take the decision on our design part, and the same role would be shifted to another person if the team is working on the testing. So we know that this person is the expert, so let him take the decision during this particular phase. So this is how the leadership role is distributed with the team itself, at a particular time or at a particular phase based on the type of work they are doing it. So this model basically uh, allows us for the flexibility, isn't it? So we are now trying to work with a more collaboration and engagement. This is how every team member is getting, or he is able to, or she is able to develop that leadership role in this rotating leadership part. So the leadership role shifts based on the work that they are doing at a particular time frame. That is what is the distributed model that we have. So it all depends, we cannot say which is better over the other. So it depends on the team dynamics, it depends on your organization culture, how you are going to have. Maybe if you prefer that we have a kind of a team and we have a kind of a very critical project, so you may prefer this centralized model where the team is practicing the leadership role, but they make one person accountable to take the decision on their part. That is what is the centralized model that we have. So this is how they work it. Yes, Ankit, in the centralized model, the role is fixed. This person is going to take the, he's accountable to take all the decisions for our project. So for this particular project, he is the team leader, he is the project manager. And in the distributed model, the decision making or the leadership role shifts, it rotates based on the time frame. Might be every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you are changing that leadership role or based on the working. So now we say, if there is a question actually, if a team is self-organized, then why we say that project manager is still needed in the adaptive project? Or if it is required, then what should be the role like? So mostly when we say Scrum framework, so in the Scrum framework, that is what we are going to discuss, might be today or maybe next session. We don't have any role of project manager, but project manager role is distributed amongst the Scrum team only, because there we are working with a flat structure, no hierarchical based structure. But still, in certain organizations, might be when we are working with a kind of a project, yes, we know that there are some multiple teams who are working in the project, so we may be having a role of project manager, but that role of project manager is not a manager role or not in a kind of a direction role, he is a facilitator role. So that agile team still require someone to coordinate, a agile delivery manager or release train manager we have. So maybe this particular person would be assisting the team for reducing or eliminating those dependencies that we have on the external organization. That is what we still need, a role of project manager in our agile team, but it is shifting from managing the people to managing the ecosystem of our environment. That is how the things is. So he would be removing the obstacles, he would be doing all those kinds of stakeholders engagement, isn't it? He would be helping the team for meeting the guidelines, meeting the timelines. Yeah, scrum master we call it. So he's a kind of a role that we have. He has to develop the team also. That is what the project manager will be there, because he has to make sure the team remains focused on doing the project work. That is what we call as a role of a scrum master. That is what we'll discuss with this framework on the last topic of this chapter. Now, when we talk about the hybrid team, so hybrid team is nothing but where you know that when we say hybrid project, so hybrid project is the combination of both. So you know that we have a project manager also. That project manager has to coordinate the all the project management work, isn't it? So that is how he is going to oversee the entire project, and he would be responsible for coordinating the different team members, how the resources has to be allocated, how he has to set the timeline, the milestones. That is what project manager would be doing it. And the respective team will be working as a self organized way. So we just take the advantages of both. The consistency in our project, that is what we are assigning a project manager to oversee the entire project. Also, we are having the flexibility where team members are flexible to work with their own way of doing the things. This is how we have the combination of both in the hybrid teams. Now, what are those different roles which is required for our project, isn't it? So we know that we need to have our project management staff. You need to have your project work staff. Now, project management staff is nothing but they are the people who are responsible for all execution, managing the managing or the closing the work, isn't it? This is what we have a PMO. Yeah, it's exactly the PMO staff. When we do have a project working staff, these are the people who would be executing those tasks and to get those deliverables. You also need some supporting experts, isn't it? For our project, we need some legal advisors, compliances experts, you need some quality experts. That is what they're going to have some kind of a specialized knowledge to provide some additional guidelines, additional support. Then we do have a role of business partners, isn't it? Where we know that we have to collaborate with some other things also, some other parties also for providing some services or maybe for providing some kind of a support. That is what these are the different roles that we will be having in our project team. Now, these are the guidelines that we have to keep in mind when we are identifying our project resources. So, whenever we know that we have a project objective, hi Pranjal, SEAM is basically for whom? SEAM is for our stakeholders engagement part, right? Now what we are looking for, we are now looking for our team formation. So project team means here we are looking for our people who would be helping us in the planning, who would be helping us in our some kind of a support. So this is what we are now looking for, that what we have to think, what we have to consider during the team formation, because you need to have a team members initially formed so that we can start developing them accordingly. Okay, so SEAM is basically an engagement assessment matrix that we do. So that is what we know, that SEAM will only give us the information that which stakeholder engagement level is currently what level and what we are expecting, what is the desired level. That is what we update in our stakeholder engagement assessment matrix, right? Project management staff is nothing but, when we say project management staff, so it is where we are talking about the people who would be supporting us, isn't it? So project management staff is all about, you know, that who will be, so who all will be part of project management staff? Your project manager, PMO office people would be there. Your assistant managers are there. Your coordinators are there. Your leaders, scrum master, isn't it? These are all the roles that we have who will be helping us in the planning administration of the project. Yeah, sponsors, project managers, they would be in your project management staff, isn't it? They will oversee the project, they will be managing the resources, they will ensure everything, isn't it? So they are going to support. The assistant staff also would be there, no, the people who would be assisting the project manager also. That is what we call as a project management staff. They're only involved in the project management activities. And project work staff is basically the people who would be executing the work, isn't it? That is what who are going to do those specific tasks. Your electricians, your welders. See, consultant team would be, for consultancy, they would be the supporting expert, isn't it? Consultant team, how can it be project work staff? Consultants would be supporting, no? Supporting expert. Project work staff is all your designers, testers, developers, electricians. That is what is a project work staff. It will have both, no, all. Project work staff means if it is a kind of your software project, so you know that designer, developer, testers, they would be a project work staff. If suppose you are constructing a hotel or a building, then your project work staff would be who is all going to construct your building, who would do all those installation part, isn't it? Who will do all those other works. That is what we have. Consultant would be there, but they are not going to be a full time, no, Prakhar, if it is a kind of an agile team. Consultants would be coming under your other stakeholders, isn't it? That is a supporting people. Contractors will fall under your partners, no, business partners with whom you are doing the licensing, isn't it? So all your contractors, suppliers, vendors, your strategic partners, isn't it? Sometimes we do have to collaborate with some of the other parties for our business success, isn't it? Maybe if it is a kind of a, you're coming up with a kind of a showroom or a kind of a retail store project, again you need to have some of those business partners, isn't it? So this is what business partners, all your suppliers, vendors, strategic partners will fall. Supporting expert is all your, sometimes we need to have some technical specialist, isn't it? Sometimes we need to have some legal advisors, your consultants, that is it, subject matter experts for project work. That is what it will be, supporting experts. You sign a contract with a vendor. So for that, vendor will be also having that particular project. So maybe the contractors, workers are there, no, isn't it? So you would be overseeing the contract. You will be just licensing with that contractor only, isn't it? The contractor has to ensure how he's doing it. The project work staff is basically your team members who are going to execute that specific work that is going to contribute towards the project role. Consultants is would be coming under the supporting experts. That is what I said, Pranjal, no? Consultants would be coming under supporting experts only. That is what I just mentioned, isn't it? So project work staff is basically when we say it is the people who are going to execute the project activities to get it accomplished. So these are the different type of, yeah, the roles that we require for our project. Now when we are identifying our project resources, we need to ensure, because we know that for our project you would be having your team members, you would be having your external contractors, suppliers, your other equipments, softwares, the softwares part, all that is what it will be requiring. So now we know that when you are looking for your project resources, we have to ensure that we have got all the relevant skill sets for our project, who would be able to perform that work and produce the desired value for the project. And this is very, very important. Avoid single point of failure. What does this mean? Anyone who has come across a kind of a problem where you know that you just have a one resource for a required role, scheme and dependency, yeah. So might be because of the absence of that one man, single man, the entire project is got stuck, because we can't do anything until and unless that person joins and start their thing. It happens. No, that is what, no, Pranjal, you have not faced. That means this is what we say. We should always avoid single point of failure. You know that we have a kind of a role for our project, maybe on HVAC, or maybe you have a kind of an equipment, some specialized, some sophisticated cranes or any equipment, and you just, so he's saying I'm facing it the concern. You know that that operator is, you just have single operator who can run that specialized or that sophisticated crane. Now because he has been shifted to some other site for some reason, or might be he is on emergency leave, Now your construction is that stuck, or maybe if it is a kind of some other specialization work, that is what you have stuck, because until and unless that is complete we cannot start other work. So this is what, like, we should never have single resource with the required skill. You should have got multiple resources for a skill. That is what is always better, and it is applicable for all the project. No, that is what, like, say, we are not asking to at the same level, because this is not applicable again with every project. But at least we should try to minimize the dependency. We should at least try to develop our people with the multiple skills, at least some knowledge, some kind of a skill level should be there with the different things, so that something can be at least started with your work is not stuck. So that is what, like, say, we know that you just have a one analyst, isn't it? So yes, lean approach, maybe we know that there is just one analyst, and until and unless he is going to give you the requirement, we cannot start doing that particular work. So might be we have a person who can at least having a kind of a good knowledge about those business analysis or the business, he can at least do something, so that once the other person, skilled person, rejoins, we will not be spending lot of time by that time. So this is what it tries to say. We should always have a multiple people with that required skill. This is what we call as a T-shaped people. So T-shaped is nothing but you have one core skill. Maybe you know that I am expert in the business analysis role or quality analysis. So this is what is my core competency. In-depth core skills is this. And what if suppose you are interacting with your developer, isn't it? Now you have to coordinate with that person also. So this is how we say, once we are working with the self organized way, so might be the developer and this person will be interacting, so some knowledge about this quality part, that person is getting it. Maybe he's interacting with the designer also, so at least somewhat knowledge about the coding or the designing also he is going to get it. And this person is also trying to learn about some development, because he is a core designer, but development part, the some kind of a Python programming, that he is also learning. So this is how we are having a T-shaped skill. We have a core specialization, but we do have some other knowledge of other domains as well. Might be I am a good person on the project management, but still along with that I do have a kind of a some knowledge about the digital marketing. I do have some other skills. We are not talking about the approvers here, we are talking about the execution part. Okay, because we know it is not we know that it is not practically possible at everywhere, isn't it? You know that you have a HVAC expert, and you know that one of your electrician also has got some idea about this HVAC, but you cannot be relying on that electrician for this HVAC work. But might be something he can start, some work he can start in the absence of HVAC, so that once he joins, might be that HVAC works needs 100 hours. So some 20-30 hours work that other person has done it. So he would be spending less hours to complete that job. That is what we are trying to mean by this avoiding single point of failure. So as much as possible, wherever it is applicable, we should always have multiple people or at least two or three people for a required skill. That is going to always help us in saving the time. So this is what we are not talking about that approvers. Approval will be definitely, you know, that one person would be accountable for that. But here we are talking about the execution part, isn't it? It's just like, suppose if I talk about, we just have one skill, maybe I know that PMP, but what if suppose I also have other skills about Microsoft project tools training, Primavera training. So what if suppose in our organization some kind of a problem is there with the Primavera trainer, he is having some kind of an emergency leave. So at least I can take that particular session so that some inputs I can provide to the learner. So once he would be joining in the next session, he would be sparing less time to make the people making more confident about that particular topic. It T-shaped skills, we'll just talk about that. This is what T-shaped means. It is not that we are talking about the in-depth. So that is what we are just talking about, one core area. You have your one specialization, one in-depth, and you do have some knowledge about the other domains also. There are other sets also where people says that two primary skill and other domain. That is what pie-shaped skills are also nowadays very common. But mostly after the COVID, we have seen people are also like looking for every organization, even in the agile world, they always develop their team T-shaped. That is what is the role of the scrum master. That is what is the purpose of collaboration. The team is trying to work with a co-located environment so that once you are spending time with your group, you are trying to learn and train the other people also. This is how we are trying to work the diversified skill set. Some developers will also learn about some designing part or some kind of a business analysis part. This is what we are doing it. Yeah, full stack developer is there, isn't it? So that is what here we are talking about, core in-depth knowledge of one, and yeah, multi skilled only, but you will have your core primary skill and some knowledge about the other areas as well. That is what T-shaped. One area of specialization and broad ability in the other skills which is required by the team. So that in the absence of a team member, at least some work can be done by the other person. That other person can take that role so that they are not stuck at any particular point. So we always try to develop our team so that they should grow with the different domains as well, not only in their particular area that should be there, but also they should try to develop on the other lines as well. We always create a cross functional team because that is very much required. You have to coordinate with the different departments, isn't it? All the designers, developers, quality analyst, business analyst, all those kinds of a role which is required for your project, it should be there. And we not only focusing on the physical resources, manpower, plus along with that, you know that sometimes we need to have our equipments and the other access rights, isn't it? If you feel that you would be requiring some servers or some kind of a infrastructure, so you have to ensure how you are going to make use of for your project. We are talking about, Himanshu, right now the resources for our project. Once we know that we have a project, maybe it is a website project or it is a kind of a where we are trying to develop a new model of a mobile or a new car or any kind of a product we are coming up. So we know that the resources what is going to be required for this project, isn't it? You need to have your different skill sets. If you know that you are going to construct a house, so you know that you need an interior designer, you need a civil engineer, you would be requiring your electricians also, isn't it? You would be requiring your painters also. All those resources, all those skill sets, you would be requiring sometimes your HVAC engineers. So all those skill sets which is required for the project, that is what we are doing. You would be requiring some machineries as well for your project. That is what we have to understand, because this is what we'll see. A project manager needs to plan for his resources in such a way so that he should ensure that whatever resources he needs, they are available to him. At the end, you cannot complain that, hey, I was not having this resource or that resource, that is why this project had failed. So we have to ensure that right resources should be available to you at the right time. That is what we'll see in our resource planning. We create a proper resource management plan for that. That for this particular project, you know that you would be requiring some additional qualities testing because some compliances are there for your project. Our existing infrastructure is not able to do or to perform that level of testing, so we require some additional testers or maybe some updated machinery for doing our testing for this project, isn't it? That is what we are talking about. So we have to plan, we have to ensure what are those requirements for our project. Now, during our teams, when we talk about, there is a kind of a concept which is a standard which is very very popular nowadays and which is what we all are now following. That is called as a DEI: diversity, equity, and inclusion. What does this mean? Anybody who is working with a project where you have people from different culture, different countries? Yes, we do have, no? So that is what we know, that we have to value it. Exactly, isn't it? So we have to value all that diversity because we have to consider this as a most creativity, that we are going to have some kind of a creative, innovative mindset in our project, and also we have to treat them equally. Trump's favorite cost cutting area. Okay. So teams are global and diverse in culture. So we know that we have a team from different religion, different culture, different country, different age group, different gender, isn't it? Different languages. So we know we have to value that, isn't it? So we just decide that we are going to use our document in a very simple English for the understanding by all the people. And we know that once we have to do the meetings, so we have to have a kind of a rotationary time frame, isn't it? It is not that because everybody is from the different time zone, that is how we have to take consideration of that time zone difference also. So we are going to have our meetings with a different time in the rotationary manner, so that this is how we are valuing the diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have to give fair opportunities to everyone, isn't it? It all talks about no nepotism, no partialities. So equal opportunities to everyone. If we feel that males and females, we are not going to have any kind of a biased one decision. So we are going to follow that. And inclusion means we have to listen to everybody's voice. Everybody should be means it is all what we talk about, that we have to create a kind of an environment where like anybody feels safe to give up his opinion or his viewpoint or some concern he has. So he is not having any kind of a fear, he can always bring that point with the full freedom. So this is how, if you find that in your team there is a person who is not speaking up, he is too much silent. So this is how, as a project manager, you can do that. You are going to have a kind of a tool, or maybe that one on one feedback is going to be very very important, and this is what you have to connect with that. So this is how you're trying to involve, you're trying to include his viewpoint as well. That is what we are now going to develop such kind of policy in our organization that should value this DEI. So it is all the efforts where we are trying to create a working environment where everyone feels safe, everyone feels equal, and we are always giving the respect to everyone. That is what this DEI stands for. Nobody is going to feel left out from any kind of a decisions or the discussions. Now, project manager again has to have some experts around him, because sometimes you need to have some kind of an additional information that would be required by a project manager also. So this is how you would be seeking the advice, and this expert judgment is one of the very important technique that project manager use in most of the planning processes. So it is all like when you are looking for developing your plans, your procedures, we can always make use of this expert judgment. So you can obtain all those additional guidances from the consultants, isn't it? That is from where experts can come from, other stakeholders, isn't it? That is how you can always talk to your other subject matter experts as well. Professional and technical associations also, you can talk to them for a kind of a requirement that you have, or maybe your historical data is another source of expert judgment. The previous project's lessons learned register, you can get some kind of a guidance from those historical information as well. So that is what you can learn, what we faced during our past project. So you can get some kind of a guidance from that, and you would be getting some perspective for your new project as well. You can always get the additional support from your other project managers, maybe the other project managers who are working this, if it is a part of a program and you know that you want some kind of a support from the other projects, that is how you can always connect with them for this expert judgment. Now when we are building our team, so you know that we have to always focus on the areas of our people's strength. So how do we identify that? That is what we do, the SWOT analysis, isn't it? So that we can figure it out, what are our team strength. Our team is one of the expert in the coding or expert in the UI UX designing. Our team is very the core strength is we are all doing with a good collaboration. We are very good in the communication, all this presentation part, documentation, that is our core skills. What are your weaknesses? What are those gaps? Yeah, that is what we do, the SWOT analysis. What are our strengths? So what could be the opportunities we can have? What are our weaknesses? So what could be those threats which would be there in our project? So that is what we need to ensure. If these are the weaknesses, so how you are going to aware of that, so that you can at least try to mitigate them. Might be if you know that there is a kind of a weak point, that our team doesn't have a good skills on the digital marketing, or maybe on the AI. So that is what something can be done. Might be you can outsource it, or maybe we can have a kind of a training program so that they can develop those skills on their weaker areas. The team is not good on the presentations. So can we hire a present like PPT maker, or can we just impart them the training on that? That is what, as a project manager, you have to assess, because this is how we are going to make use of or taking the leverage of their core strength, so that we can have our good opportunities in the project. See, this is what we are talking about, this skill. This is a kind of a analysis that as a project manager you have to do when you are going to assign them the roles and responsibilities, isn't it? So you should know what are their core strengths and weaknesses. So this analysis has to be done, so that we know our team strengths and weaknesses, and we can work around those areas, isn't it? That is what, this is not at the team formation also, so that you will have your training plans, isn't it? You would have your other strategies that you can plan for your project. Might be you have to think, I have to outsource this thing to the third party, because this is how you'll be doing the risk planning. No, my team is having the weaknesses, so if I use this team, I assign this team to work on, might be my task would be delayed. So this is going to impact my timeline. So let me think on that. Can I outsource this thing, or I have to first develop those skills amongst the team member? This is how you are going to do your further planning. So during our team formation, as we discussed the Tuckman ladder, if you remember, that forming, and might be we know that there could be a stage where people are having the conflict. They may have some kind of an issues, maybe with the issues that the team members are not punctual, they are coming late, or they are not behaving properly. So that is how we may, just to avoid that storming stage, if we set some norms in the beginning, that is going to help us to avoid those kinds of a conflict. So team norms are basically nothing but we just have to understand what should be our expected behavior that we expect from our team members. This is how you would be establishing from the beginning, so that we are trying to minimize those conflicts or the difference in the opinions. So once our team have come together, so we always, there is a good practice to decide our ways of working. So this is how we are going to include all those basic guidelines about our meetings, isn't it? That people have to go through the agenda before they are coming from the for the meeting. They have to be punctual, and if it is a kind of a video conferencing, people has to switch on their cameras when people are coming for the meeting. They should not do any other work. Maybe sometimes so people come with the laptop, so meeting is going on and in the same time they are doing their reporting or the other mailing activities also at the same time. All those kinds of a thing, whatever you feel that it is creating a trouble or issues for the other people, so we know that what had we have experienced. So based on that, some norms can be established, so that we are not going to have those kinds of an issues or those kinds of a miscommunication. We know that every communication for the team has to be done on the email or Slack, or if you're using any or the other platform, that should be there. No, if somebody says, hey, I just intimated you yesterday on the WhatsApp, no, so but you know that that is not a way of communication that we have agreed upon. This is how sometimes people do get a issues or a conflict. So this is how setting up those norms always are better, isn't it? You people also prepare these norms or no? Team charter, we have no the document. Yes. So same thing is that. So once our team norms are documented, that becomes a team charter, isn't it? We all decide no that when we are doing the communication, we all have to be respectful, isn't it? We don't have to interrupt anybody when we are doing the meeting, active listening, all those kinds of a thing. So this is what we just define, and we also have to align our team values with this PMI code of ethics and professional conduct. Now, PMI has determined some values which is applicable to all the PMI certificate holders, all the PMI members, and all the project practitioners who are going for PMI certifications, like you people all. So whoever is working on the project, and if we are following those PMI standards, we have to align us with these code of ethics and professional conduct. So those people who have gone through this code of conduct, can you just remind me what are those four values that PMI code of conduct says? What are those four values as a project management professional or as a project practitioner? Responsibility, then respect, very good. No, not vision, mission. Responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. Yeah, fourth one is the honesty. That is what we should. It is all very general thing, no? Just like whatever holy book says, your Ramayana, your Quran, Bible, Gita, that we should be truthful in our conduct, isn't it? Now, is it possible that in our project you are always 100% truthful? How many of you are 100% truthful in your project? When you conduct your project, so truthful means you're always communicating. Not possible, no, Abdul says. 100%. That is what I told you that might, okay, Mohammed Zishan says 100%. Wonderful. So if you're doing 100% correct communication to all your stakeholders, you're not hiding anything from them. That means this is what PMI Code of Ethics also says. You have to be 100% truthful in your conduct. Yeah. So whatever scenario you will be getting in the questions, sometimes we have to get it aligned with these values. As a project manager, you have to be responsible, means whatever assignment, whatever work, whatever task you are doing it, you have to think whether it is not going to harm the environment or not going to negatively impact the societies. That is what, with that concern, we are doing it. If you are using some of the building material which you know that it is going to not be environment friendly, or it is going to harm a specific age of group of people, maybe the kids, that is what this ethics says. We have to think of other material. We should not use, whatever task, whatever assignment you are doing it, it should be in the concern of the society or the environment. You have to be respectful in your conduct. So whether it is downwards, sidewards, so we have to be respectful in our communication, in our behavior. So respectful is again, when we say no, we always have experience. Not all of you might be, but I'm sure at least 75%, 80% people must have experience that it happens. Might be on the Friday, or maybe any day. We know that our office timing is 9 to 6 p.m., and at 5:30 p.m. we just get a call from our boss, hey, please, all of you collect at my office for a short meeting. And now everybody knows this short meeting means now we are going to get free only by 6:30, isn't it? Not before that. So that is again not respectful. So we have to be respectful. We have to be fair in all our conduct. Don't means it is just that we have to treat equally. If it says that, if suppose you are doing a contract or agreement, okay. So yeah, Friday is fair. So we are knowing that you have to sign a contract for your laptop purchasing, and you know your brother is also in the same business and he is also participating in this bidding. So again, according to this PMI ethics, it says once you know that some of your friend or your relative is participating in that, so you have to be fair enough, or either it says that refrain yourself from the decision making committee, or at least bring it into the notice of your senior management, and that is up to them, their discretion, whether they still want you to be in the decision making committee or not. But you have to bring it into their notice. If you know that our code of ethics, because we know that if you know our organization says something within the $100 is okay, that would be considered as a gift, but beyond this will not be considered as a gift. Now you are working on a kind of a project in a kind of a country where it is a customary that your contractor has given you a very expensive gift on a kind of a festival, isn't it? So this is how you know that according to this ethics, you cannot refuse though, because you have to respectful also, and it is a customary there. So it should be brought into the notice of your organization that this is the thing. That is all. Like there are some mandatory and the aspirational standards which are there in this PMI code of ethics. Go through this. It is going to help you in answering at least 4 or 5 questions in your PMP exam. So just read them and follow them. Maybe in the real practice, you know that it is not possible, but for exam, you need to follow them. So once all your team norms are documented, that becomes our team charter. So team charter is nothing but do's and don'ts. That is the keyword. So these are the agreed set of behaviors which are documented, which becomes a team charter. So this is just a kind of a roadmap for our team. Team charter is only for the team. How we are going to work together. It is all going to have the shared values, your roles, and how the meeting guidelines would be there, how we will be taking the decisions if it is not possible to have a consensus. So how we are going to decide in that situation, how we are going to do the conflict resolution measures, our performance expectations, isn't it? We know that every Friday or every Monday, everybody has to share their all these kinds of reports, all those kinds of things that we are going to define, we are going to document. That is a form of our working agreement, ground rules. This becomes a team charter. So always in the predictive project, the team charter is prepared by the project manager, that is responsible, but it is advised by the PMI. It is a kind of a guideline. PMI says project manager plus team should make it. So mostly in the hybrid project, project manager is going to document them, but he will take the inputs from his team also to prepare this charter. I think we have a sample charter also. So we just had the other details about our project here. What are the project objectives? Who all will be there in the project team? Responsibilities of your sponsor, responsibility of your project manager. Then we have a roles and responsibility of the project team. And these are all our basic ground rules. Our working time, meeting time, isn't it? All those things that if it is always better if you need some help, you can always ask for it rather than overburning yourself. You should always ask for those help. No, so communicate honestly, use emails for essential communication, so everybody has to read email. If it is there that everybody has to respond over the email within the 24 hours, all that thing you can define it so that everybody has to follow it. Whenever any new team member joins in, that is where we are going to do in our team formation. When we have our first stage of team formation, it could be possible, Pranjal, right? Role are different of product owner and project sponsor, but there could be one person who is both. Okay, roles are different, but you may have one person also. So all these team charters, this ground rules would be there in the team charter. It is going to help us because this is how, if you introduce that in your forming stage itself, it would be possible that you may not get into the storming stage sometimes. Now we are adding the additional layer, isn't it? Nowadays, all of us agree that the concept of virtual team is already in practice, isn't it? Some of you might be working with a virtual environment only, isn't it? How many of you are working with virtual and how many of you are working with office, or might be the hybrid, where you say once one day in a week or 2 days a week is the office virtual, hybrid office 5 days office, oh, hybrid office. So exactly, now we know that it is not possible that every project or every role could be done in a virtual, isn't it? We know that we have to have a physical or a kind of a work that has to, because this is good also, no? If you believe that if we are working from office all together, all there would be a good productivity also, because bonding is there, no? That is how we know that once we are working together, interacting together, that happens. This is what we call as a co-located. So mostly agile people feels the work should be done with the co-located team. But with nowadays, after this COVID, we have seen that if it is not possible to have a co-located team, co-located means all the people working together, seeing each other. Now, please do keep one thing in mind. If you have a building, on the different floors, people are working, that will not be considered as a co-located. Co-located means we are just working with a tight matrix, war room kind of a area. We have a place where we can see the other people working. That is what is a co-located team. So what is the benefits? Because interaction is fast, whatever is happening, so we can just ask that person here only, rather than moving at his place, or emailing him or making a call. And bonding is also good, no, we are working together, eating together, time spending time together. So this is how we are always trying to have a high touch kind of an environment. But as we know that we may have a different layer, because that is what some advantages are there. Because virtual team is, again, we know that we can have a better skill set, lower cost, we can also avoid some relocation expenses, and also a kind of a work life balances. But this is what the challenges are, that we are totally relying on the technology. And also we may face some bonding challenges. So whether you are working with a virtual team or a co-located team, a project manager has to develop the team so that we are working with the self-organized and collaboration is there. Working from office and still working as a virtual team. Okay, fine. So this is what we'll talk about, because once we say both have the pros and cons, isn't it? But agile team we always try to prefer as a co-located team, where people are physically located close to one another. It says 6 feet distance. People are working only at a maximum of 6 feet of distance. Documentation is not undermined, documentation is minimized. They always says whatever is required, it is always better to discuss and start working on, rather than waiting for that approval, getting that. So we just discuss and we start working together, self organized way, because this is how we know that we are all focused for getting the deliverable achieved. So when we are working with the virtual team, the team charter is created, Lindsay, for entire project team, not only for the specific roles. The team who is going to work on the project, because everybody has to communicate, no, isn't it? As a project manager, you know that there are several teams working under you, so you have to have those norms. Doesn't you feel like face sometimes the issue, no, that people says, hey, I just communicated yesterday, no, over the like when I just when we were walking at the corridor, I messaged you, no, I just intimated you I won't be coming tomorrow, or I'm going to do this job tomorrow, isn't it? So that is what he says, that I have just communicated to you when we were walking for a cup of coffee, or maybe on the corridor. But this is what, like, sometimes may be a problem, it may be a issue. So we know that no, every communication for our project has to be done in this part also. See, when we say our external parties, so for them definitely we will be signing the contract, no. So we know that we'll talk about that, we do have our terms and conditions for them as well. But in your project, if you feel you are creating your, those vendors or those external parties have their team, they may have their team charter also. And in our team charter, we know that we have to communicate with the external vendor as well. So we do define, isn't it? That is what we have to understand, who would be doing that communication. That is what goes into your communication management plan, because we know that we have a stakeholder, these are all the vendors, these are all the external suppliers, and we know that we need to have a, for them also you have to have your engagement strategy, no, they are the stakeholders, isn't it, Lindsay? That is what we discussed yesterday. We know that they have to be involved weekly, or we need to connect with them bi-weekly. So that is how we know that they have to come for a meeting bi-weekly. So we have a, that will go in our communication management plan, that with this stakeholder we have to have a face-to-face meeting every 2 weeks. And who will be doing that communication, who will be doing that meeting? So you know that there would be some two team members, maybe it is a meeting related to your quality part or development team, project manager, this and this will be doing it. It goes into your communication management plan. We are talking about the team charter, about the team communication, team norms. So that external vendor will have their own team charter for their team. You are having this for your team itself. That is what is the difference here. So team charter is basically for our project team only, but other external parties will create their own team charters, because this is how it will guide them for their working. Now we know that these are the challenges, no, because virtual team means the person who is not spending time with you, he's all sitting alone in front of his laptop or doing his work. So might be we will have a kind of a challenges for performance tracking, and solo working may prohibits the bonding, and you may have a kind of a challenge for languages or some of the technological skills as well. So this is how we have to always invest for the information technology overall. When we are working with the virtual team member, we have to invest in all our tools for collaboration, isn't it? You need to have a all those video conferencing tools, Teams, Zoom, whatever you are going to use for collaboration. Because as a project manager, if you are running your virtual team, this is what we faced during COVID time also, that you have to check in with your people individually as often as it is possible. Now there are two things, check in and check on. We are not asking you to check on, it is asking you to check in the people. Anybody who knows what is the difference between check in and check on? Check in and check on, they are opposite, okay? Fine. So check in means you are connecting, check on is monitoring, yes, isn't it? It is a kind of a police. Yeah, isn't it? We all, I think we faced lot of issue during our COVID, no? All of most of the time, no, the boss will keep on calling us, hey, have you done this, what you are doing it, you didn't pick up my call from last 5 minutes, are you working, not working? That micromanagers, isn't it? So that is what is the kind of a thing. We are not asking you to do that, but again it is just like you are just checking with your team member, hey Jatin, is something I can help you on, something you need some kind of a support, do you have everything with you so that you can do your job perfectly? This is how you have to just get the kind of a feedback from them, whatever they are having the issues. Also, it is just going to help you to connect with that person. That is what is the main purpose. So you have to invest, you have to do lot of activities for team building, whether it is a virtual, whether it is a co-located. Main purpose is to develop that kind of a trust and a bond, so the team will be working together, they would be supporting together, helping each other, and this is how the team is going to be motivated. So this is how we have to invest. So this is what I think most of the time we have used in the COVID, no? Once we do all those Zoom meetings for our project status meeting or the other thing, but still some 5 to 10 minutes or 15 minutes either before or after, we just spend on the general discussions about to knowing about each others, about their families' well-being. So this is how we were trying to connect with our people and just to get into their well-being. This is what like we have to look into. This is the tools that we should have if it is a kind of a virtual team. So you have to invest in so many tools for avoiding the communication barriers, and also how you can build the trust with your team members also. So you would be using these task boards, messaging and chats, calendars, document storage, isn't it? You have to have, because you know that people would be requiring all those project information, previous project record, test cases, designs. So there has to be a drive or a SharePoint or a OneDrive, whatever it is for your documentation. Calendars means we should be aware about the working and non-working hours of our team members. That is also important for us to know. And knowledge repositories and video conferencing. This is how we have to consider, and we have to invest on these technologies if you are working with your virtual team members, so that we are able to have a transparency. This is what task boards will help us. So the people who are using the Asana, Jira, or other platform, Trello, so we just have a kind of a shared boards which tells us what currently team is working on, what the work has been done. So all these things we just make use of sharing the accountability and our progress. So this is how we make use of this task board, Kanban boards, all these information boards to visualize and to track our project work. So with that, we have finished our team building. This is the team formation early topic. So this question is a kind of a drag and drop which you have to answer. These are the scenarios with which you have to match with these team forming stages, team development stages. So just do it completely, then put it in the chat window. Which scenario talks about which team development stage? You have to match like no A1, B2, C3, D2, D4 like that. DBSCE. Okay. So time is up. First talks about settling in and establishing a rhythm. That is what is norming. Polite, quite hesitant to share ideas. This is what in the first stage we are. Collaborating effectively and producing the result, performing, debating, frustrated, negotiating their role. That talks about our storming. Adjourning is when we disband, morning members departing. So many of you have answered it fully correct. Few answers were partly correct. So forming is the first stage, and storming is this stage which has to be come out very fast, because this is the most critical stage where we are going to have lot of conflict or a difference in voices. That should be settled out very fast with setting up all our norms, ground rules. That is going to help us. Another question, for this we can have a poll. So time is up. I got 6C on the chat window one day as well. So almost I think 65, more than 65% people have opted for C. So the question talks about a project manager joins a team replacing manager who left. During initial meetings, the project manager realized that the team member have differing opinions about how to address the technical decisions. Team members didn't respect each other's ideas and the environment was becoming counterproductive. However, now with the new manager's leadership, the team has begun to communicate more effectively and develop some processes and procedures for working together. So this was talking about the storming stage where the difference in opinions were there, and then the team has now established some processes and procedures for working together. So that means team is now in the norming stage. Earlier they were in the storming. Okay, see, the first stage of our team formation is the forming. So during the forming stage, once we have our team, so project manager introduce the team with the roles and responsibility, project objective. That is what we are on the first level, where we just introduce each other about the project and about the team members. That is where the people will be always, first meeting is always where people are always polite and calm, isn't it? We don't just start arguing on the first meeting. That is what is the forming. So that is what in the initial stage itself the project manager should introduce about the norms, meeting guidelines. It would be better. If it is not, second stage is the storming, where because people are coming from the different, they have not worked together, so their behaviors might be exhibiting different traits which you may like, you may not like. They will have some difference in opinions about the project approach, tools, or the decisions part. That is where we may have some conflicts, differences. We are not happy with our roles also, all that thing will be there. So if you set up those norms in the beginning, might be you will not get this stage. It is not a mandatory always. Third is the norming, because after this stage, that is what, like, you have to, as a project manager, try to empower your people, support your people, so that they should listening to each other's viewpoint. And now they start that, yes, this person is really good at some area, and whatever he is saying, we should follow him. So we just start settling down. That is what is the norming stage. So we listens to each other's viewpoint. We start agreeing with the people's opinion. That is what is the norming stage. Performing is when we are carrying out our project objectives with the full gear. So we all have established those norms. Now we all are working collaboratively, helping together, supporting each other to achieve our project objective. Last is the adjourning, when we just have a final project completion where we are going for disbanding. Isn't it all our last phase? Now we know that project is finished, we have all completed, we'll go back to our departments. This is another question. Because right now I have explained the stages, so it would be easy, no, for now to answer. The full recap I gave you. Time is up. I have ended the poll. This is the result of the poll. 73 and few answers were there on the chat window as well. So almost 75% people have opted for C. Few people have even opted others option also. Project manager has assembled a team. During initial meeting, the project managers observe that the team members are getting to know each other, feeling excited and positive about the project, and have not been told the specific details of the project. In what phase of development it is talking about specifically the first stage, that is the forming, where people are just having the formal introduction, isn't it? So we have end up with this particular topic that was a very pretty easy topic about our team formation. So how we have to engage and support the virtual teams and ensuring the knowledge transfer for project continuity. That is where we set up our expectations, the team norms, ground rules. This is what our eco coverage that we have just done it. Now the next topic is the build shared understanding, because one of the most important goal of our project is to ensure that all the team members, all the stakeholders should have the common understanding. We all should be on the same page about our project objective, that this is our project objective and why this is a good idea. We should have a support today. Yes, Pranjal, I think yesterday we took a poll, no? So we all have agreed for two short breaks, isn't it? So we will be doing our break just in couple of minutes, 3:30. Next, we will have it at 5 p.m. or just 10 minutes before to 5, we'll do our another break. 4:50 we'll have our another break, and we'll have our first break at 3:30. So we all agreed, I think 75% people have opted for two breaks. So this is what we would be respecting. So this topic is again very pretty simple one only. So we know that we again our main focus is just to have a very supportive and the collaborative environment, because all of us from the beginning only should support the project objective. That is what we try to started with, identifying the stakeholders. So we assess them so that whatever their concern, whatever their resistance is there, we can always have the good understanding about that, and we can try to address their resistance also from the beginning. So we are seeking basically a kind of a support or a buy-in approach from all of our team members and the stakeholder. That is what this particular thing is talking about. So this topic is again, before we finalize our charter, so we are seeking the consensus of all the key stakeholders and our core people, team members also, so that they agrees about their roles and responsibilities also. Because you all will know that as a project manager, once you get your business case or your project charter, you will not have a clear cut mandate from your organization or from your sponsor. Hey, this is the project objective, these are the clear cut instructions that you have to follow, and you would be succeeding, isn't it? So we have to always understand that we have to build that consensus. So for seeking this consensus for the project amongst the team member and stakeholders, we have to demonstrate leadership behavior, focus on value, being a diligent, respectful, caring steward, navigating the complexity, embracing adaptability and resiliency. Remind me, what are these statements? Can you recognize these statements? What are they? Yes, project management principles. Yeah, this is what. So we have to, because we are in the initiation phase right now. So maybe in the initiation phase, you may face sometimes the complexities of that you have different voices, isn't it? There would be so many voices, so many opinions, too much expectations you will have from your stakeholders, which might be realistic, which might be not realistic also, isn't it? So we should understand our path, our way before only as much as possible, isn't it? This is how we have to understand. We need to do that, and you have to exhibit your great leadership here, because you have to negotiate, you have to get that support from your stakeholders, you have to build that consensus. So you need to exhibit all these things, isn't it? So we have to keep focus on value, we have to be respectful and a caring steward, and we have to always think that complexity is something which is unavoidable, especially when we are in the beginning of the project, and we have just got some idea about our stakeholders. We might not have got a clear cut or a kind of a very broad perspective about our stakeholders, or might be all the stakeholders, all the team members may not have a kind of a clear cut visibility also about our project objective. So that is how we are trying to get their agreements, get their consensus, so that we can have our project charter and the vision statement. We will talk about these two documents, what are these project charter and the project vision statement. So this main purpose is that all these two documents will help our team and the stakeholders to know about the entire project. That is what we know, that charter gives us a high level information about all our project objectives, success criterias, our summary milestones, our budget, our timelines, phases, all those things would be there in our project charter, isn't it? That is how we do have to have, isn't it? So we know that we are going to use our historical information, all those other data to finalize all these documentations. Now, as per the PMI, they share some guidelines for building that shared understanding. So this says always share your project agreements, just like whatever it is. Maybe it is a vision statement or it is a project charter, with all your stakeholders and the team. So we have our project charter with us, though we'll discuss what it is look like. Okay, this is a break time. Thank you. So we'll just talk about the shared understanding and charter after our 10 minutes of break. I hope everyone is back. All right. One, two, three, four. So we are just discussing about how do we build a shared understanding with our stakeholders and the team. So these are the guidelines when we say that we have to have a shared understanding about our project. So what we do usually, first is you have to share your project agreements. That is what we have our project charter right now, or your vision statement with our stakeholders and the team. Now we have to agree or negotiate to reach the agreement. What does this mean? Sometimes, like say, suppose you know that you have to develop your mobile app, isn't it? We know that we have to develop this mobile app, and the sponsor wants you to complete it in 6 months. But our team says that it is not possible to complete all these features in 6 months. We know that we will take at least 8 months to complete all the 15 features for this project, isn't it? So we have to, either sponsor has to agree or they would be negotiating. No, we will just negotiate. Okay, if you want something early, what we can do, we can just focus on the first version to deliver you. Might be out of these 15, 8 or 9 features we will be delivering you by 6 months, and rest we would be doing in the second phase, isn't it? Or you know that your finance department talks about the project budget as $1.2 million, but your quality team, your other team says, the development team says, no, we would be requiring 1.4 million, because we have some quality standards and we have to have some security features also which is required for this project. So now again, we agree with that, all right, 1.2 million, but we put a clause that in case our security audit is going to talk about that we have to do some extra work, other thing, in that case, our change control board has to release that additional fund. So this is how we are trying to do all these negotiations beforehand only, so that we are going to finalize the things and we have to know what is expected in the beginning. So we also have to negotiate with our teams for the roles and responsibilities about the priorities. And once it is done, we have to uphold these agreements throughout the project, isn't it? You know that we have our project charter with agreed with the sponsors, with the stakeholders. Now as a PM, you will uphold this charter throughout, isn't it? It is very very important to maintain that trust, that what my project manager says, he sticks to it, he's not changing the conditions now and then. That is what these are the guidelines. So this is what we have to follow, these guidelines, so that we can always have a very strong foundation from the beginning itself about all our shared understanding about these project objectives, so that we all are aligned and committed with this project success itself. That is what are these guidelines. So whenever you are starting your project, it is always better to have a vision statement. Now, this vision statement is something that is going to be for every agile project. So, in agile project, we always develop this vision statement, and in certain projects you also prepare a charter, but charter is not a kind of a mandatory in the agile, but vision statement is something which is mandatory. And as per your experience, the people who are working with this agile mindset or agile project, who prepares the vision statement, who makes it, who defines the vision statement? project manager. Okay. So usually, yeah, you can say we call it as a senior manager, senior executive, product owner, or the product sponsor, isn't it? Now, as per our PMI standards, they says whenever we are defining or developing this vision statement, no, so you should try to involve your stakeholders and the team also, so that we are having a good understanding about that vision statement. It is not that somebody else has prepared and posted it like that. So what we do, we involve our people, so that we need to have a clarity of this vision statement. Because whenever you feel that everybody, if they are clear with the vision statement, so now they are more confident. This is how they work with a more excitement, more enthusiasm for the project. Just imagine, once you are traveling or you are driving, and you are just driving through a very dense fog where the vision is not clear, isn't it? You drive slowly, your speed will reduce, you'll try to get some kind of a vision to move further. The same thing happens if we have a clear vision. The team can always move swiftly. If the vision is not clear, the progress will also stuck, it will be also not with that fast pace. So we always have to have a clear cut vision statement which should be inspiring. That is how we are going to define it, and it should be relatable to all the stakeholders and the team. That is what the agile people, they do some of the creative activities also, just to ensure that everybody is having the clarity about the vision statement of our project. These are some of the examples of the vision statement of the project. See, Zishan, we do have vision statement in our project in the predictive also, no? We do have vision statement and the project charter, because project charter defines the complete objective, purpose, everything. We'll talk about that. But in the agile, they may have a project charter also, but they do start sometimes with the vision statement itself. Vision statement is defined, and they start working with that vision statement. They start developing their scope afterwards. Okay. That is what, Mohammed, we were discussing so far, no? When we are before finalizing our project objective, that is what we are trying to develop a consensus, isn't it? In the predictive also, isn't it? That is always a better. When we are working with a predictive project and you know that you have to finalize your project charter, so from the beginning only we are trying to get that buy-in, get that full support of our key stakeholders and the team. This is what we discussed. That is what is required, so that we are not going to have that kind of a resistance or some kind of a difference in opinion, no. So we are trying to gain that consensus from the beginning only. Both the objective should be clear to all of us from the beginning, so that it is always helping us to align it with the success of the project. So these some of the examples that we do if we are working on an e-commerce project, pet adoption. So we know that every project do have a inspiring, clear-cut declaration of the desired outcome, as well as the purpose of the project. So what is the purpose and what is the future state of our we are looking from this particular project. This is how we define a vision statement. So once we know that what is the input that you use for your project charter is business case or business need document. Now this is the new term PMI has given for statement of work. So we already discussed about this business case and business need in our chapter 1, isn't it? So this is what we know. Once our business case is accepted or your statement of work is accepted, based on that we are going to prepare our project charter. So project charter is the first document which authorizes the project manager to start using the funds. Now, before finalizing that, because project charter also give you the success criteria. What are those success criteria? So for that also, when we are preparing it, we have to agree on by the stakeholders. So that is what we have to negotiate and agree on the project success criteria, where we have a step by step guideline. So it says you should always first try to take the approval of the project charter. So before that, you have to check with your stakeholders. So you have to interview all your stakeholders to get their inputs. Isn't it all about their inputs? Then you have to collect the inputs from your technical or the other experts as well. What would be those technical success criteria? You also have to check your previous project documents, OPAs, organizational process assets, that what kind of quality policy we have, what kind of performance indicators that we have used for our project, isn't it all those KPIs? So we have to understand all those things, so that we are going to know our project acceptance criteria. These are the criterias on which we will be getting the final acceptance from the sponsor or the customer. So that is what like we are doing it. So first interview your stakeholders, so that you are understanding their needs, expectations, success criterias, and then we have to get some inputs from the technical team, other experts. That is what is going to help you check your KPIs, isn't it? If you're coming up with a kind of a website or a kind of a mobile app, so we know that within the next 3 months we should have these many users, our retention rate should be this much. All those KPIs are what we have to define. So this is what we have to understand, and you are going to then decide your project success criteria. So mostly when we talk about this, how the customer is going to give us the sign off, when the customer is accept the deliverable. So we do have those criterias decided, that this is the criteria, this is the criteria, this is the criteria. So at the end, we'll just check with these criteria, and now based on these criteria, you are going to get the sign off. So mostly this checklist is what in the predictive project we call it as an acceptance criteria. Same thing we use in the adaptive project also, and there we do have another term which is known as the definition of done. We'll discuss this definition of done little later in our next chapter only, but again consider this definition of done as a checklist, that whether this is done, this is done, this is done for our requirements. You have done all the coding, all the test has been done, documentation has been done, review has been done. So all those checklists we prepare. So once we ensure that everything has been met, we can declare that our requirement is complete. That is what we use in our adaptive project also. The main purpose of both of these checklists is to get the acceptance from the customer. That is what like we have to understand, and it would be going into your project charter also, isn't it? That is what are these step by step procedure that we can follow to understand those criterias, and based on that you will be preparing your project charter. So project charter authorizes the project. Until and unless project charter is signed, we cannot say that our project is existing. So project charter signed, now project manager can start spending or start using the resources for this project. Because project charter defines the rational and the business need, it is going to verify all the alignment with the strategic goal, the business value. So we always have to focus. This is how we have to periodically refer as well. So there is no single way to create a project charter. So we know that project sponsor has to sign this project charter, and sometimes a statement of work can also serve as a project charter. We know that we have a detailed statement of work. So once we add the project manager's responsibility, sponsor's responsibility, and we get it signed by the sponsor, that also serves as a project charter. Isn't it? Sometimes you have your work orders also. So you may add your project managers, project sponsors, roles and responsibilities. That can also serve as a project charter. It is the first document which is issued by the project initiator or the sponsor that formally authorizes the existence of a project and provides the project manager with the authority to apply organizational resources to the project activities. Do one thing, keep one thing in mind whenever in your exam, because there would be one question at least based on this charter. Project manager should never start spending on the project until and unless charter is signed. It would be riskier. That is what you have to explain to your senior management also. If they're asking you to start the project work and though the charter has not been signed because sponsor is not in country, he is on vacation, still you have to explain them what would be the consequences. Project manager in any of the condition should not start spending on the project until charter is signed. Okay, that is the most important thing. Now what are those contents of our project charter? So project charter will have the name of the project sponsor, project manager, key stakeholders also. Agreements, few agreements you would be making, no, related to all your budget, everything part, that isn't it? The agreements and the contracts will be developed little later once you will be doing the planning, isn't it, Shilpa? Because we know that what work we will be outsourcing, what type of equipment is required, we can always do that afterwards. But might be you can have those formats. What would be the terms and condition? What kind of a documents you would be using? That could be done. Now, when we say project charter, so it is always a keyword that is a high level document. Project charter is a high level document that says it will not give you the detailed scope. The project charter will not give you the detailed schedule that this is the timeline or this is the kind of a work we would be doing it. So project charter is always going to give you the summary information, high level information, and based on the information given in the project charter, project manager has to prepare his detailed plan. That is what we will be discussing in our detailed planning. We will be talking about these roles: the product owner and project sponsor. Okay, we'll talk about these roles because there are differences in that. So project charter will have the name of the sponsor, project manager's name, and the key stakeholders also, but it will not give you the comprehensive list of key stakeholders. Stakeholders register is a separate document, right? It will also give you your project descriptions, measurable objectives, business needs, your summary schedule, your summary milestones, assumptions, because we do make some assumptions when we are starting our project, isn't it? That is what we have to always understand. Then what all informations you have from your business case about the success criteria, and even you can provide some of the links to your business case also. We have a sample project charter, though you cannot say it is a kind of a good, because sometimes you do have a 2 to 3 page of project charter. Sometimes we do have a first page for the sign off by the sponsor. So I have shared some project charter templates on the drive also. It talks about the project name, project manager, sponsor, isn't it? All that information is there in the project charter. The project overview, the purpose, it will have all those information. The goals, what are the key deliverables, what would be there in the scope. Project charter cannot be tailored in between, because that is what we discussed. No, we have to uphold the agreements. So very rarely, if in mid of the project we find that the risk, or because of some drastic or some kind of a change in the government regulation, the project justification is no more valid, in that case again the decision lies on the sponsor only. In that case, once we know that there is a major impact on our project objective, then only we have to modify it. But again, it would be at the discretion of the sponsor, because once the charter is prepared, usually you cannot modify in between. This is what we discussed. No, if you change it now and then, people will not have a trust in you. So we should always try to stick to that. This is how you are doing that exercise beforehand only. No, we try to gain that support, we try to get that buy-in from all the stakeholders, we negotiate with them, so that we are discussing, we are just interviewing them, we are getting the inputs, all those informations we are trying to get it beforehand only, before the finalization of the charter. But in rare cases, it can be modified if the project objectives are impacted. That is how, again, by the sponsor only. So charter will give you all your tentative schedule, high level deliverables, what within the scope, what is outside your scope, that is there. So we may have different format, but charter is a high level document that we prepare. So it will give you all this content. Okay. So it would be always, we know that the main input of project charter is our business case, and business case is approved by the sponsor. So once sponsor has approved that business case, the project charter initiation happens. And now we do identify a project manager, and we give that approved business case or the statement of work to the project manager, and then we have to document, we have to initiate this project charter. This will have a range. No, it will give you the summary schedule. That window has to be there. No, that is what we negotiate with our stakeholders. No, that window would be there. That suppose stakeholder or sponsor asks you to complete it in 8 months, and we feel that no, it cannot be completed in lesser than 10 months. That is what we have to negotiate with the stakeholders for that, isn't it? Tentative schedule. So we do have a window. There is always a threshold, isn't it? In our this governance we talked about, we need to have our limit, threshold. That is what we have agreed upon. So once we have finalized that no, the project sponsor is asking to complete in 6 months of time, and we know that it is not possible to complete in 6 months, it can be only done in 8 months or like that. So we have to negotiate with them. Okay, this is something we can release you within the 6 months, and this is what we will be giving you as a second phase. Or if sponsor agrees that okay, 8 months is fine, and we do have not 8 months as it is, we always have a window that might be, it would be between 8 months to 8.5 months or 8 to 9 months. That is what is a kind of a summary that we do have. So this is what we would be putting it, all those information in our project charter. Yes, no, we talked about, that is what we have to discuss, all our success criterias. Yeah, Kupuswami, we all talked about that. No, isn't it? So when we are deciding on our success criteria, so we always have to talk to our stakeholders first to get their inputs, and then we also have to get the experts we have to consult with, isn't it? If you're coming up with a fitness app, so you know that you have to talk to your technical team also, designers, developers, so we'll get their inputs. And also we have to align with our company's goal. What is our company's quality policy, isn't it? What are our organization KPIs? Like what should be your user acquisition rate, engagement? That is what we have to understand. We also have to learn from our past, what previous project we did it, so at least some kind of a guidance we can get from that also. And we have to ensure, as per our organization quality policy, what kind of a standards we have to meet up, isn't it? So that is how we are going to make use of these informations, and then we decide on those acceptance criteria. So because these acceptance criteria should be defined, they should be negotiated with the sponsor or with your customer. This is what is going to help us to know that on what criteria we are going to get our final sign off. So this are this when we talked about the vision statement, no, so as we discussed, that vision statement should be relatable to all of us, means everybody should have got a clear understanding about the project vision. So we always start with this adaptive project, so they use some creative agile methods to help everyone to understand this vision. So first is what agile team use, this product box exercise. Now this is a kind of a creative activity that team does. The main purpose is just they are trying to create a mock-up box of their product as if they have to sell it into the store shelf only. That is how they do this product box exercise, like as if they're trying to sell it out in the market. So this is what this they do. We just have a vision statement, so we will be inviting our stakeholders and we divide them in the groups, and all those groups of 3 to 4 people, they have to develop a mock-up of that product. So they will be provided with the cardboards, crayons, everything, isn't it? So it is just like they would be writing the product name, a kind of a slogan, unique selling points, the features, the taglines, and what are the problem we are going to solve with this box. Just imagine when you buy any mobile, so you know that you cannot open the boxes, isn't it? By looking at the box only, you try to get to know about its features and the other USPs. So this is how you compare the box and you go for your decision, isn't it? That is what the same thing we are trying to understand. So it is just a mock-up kind of an activity we are doing it. So all those teams will be coming up with their product box. So they are just going to demonstrate everything, what key features this project will have, what kind of the unique selling point, what are some kind of maybe differentiators, isn't it? And they may have some kind of the testimonials. So this is how we design this product box. So that this product box, the three team product box is now there. So we can just get to know about some idea, and this is going to help us to define the project scope of the agile project as well. We call it as a product backlog. The main purpose of doing this exercise is whether our people have got a good clarity about the vision statement or not. That is what this product box collaboration game is done by the agile team, just to understand our solution, what we are trying to come up. And there is another method that we use, which is the extreme programming metaphors. Now, this metaphors is just like we have used in our poems, no? When the poets used to define, no? That is the same thing. So once we are working with this extreme programming, this is again an agile framework, which is preferred in a very complicated or very complex softwares. It is all like when we are doing some high technical projects. So there we know that all the stakeholders might not be technically strong, isn't it? Once we know that we have got a different type of a stakeholders working in our project, you have your HR people, you have your testing people, you have your people from the legal department, different departments, right? So now if you want to make it understandable to all of the people, so rather than using those technical words, technical things, no, all those kinds of complex language that we use in our programming and in our software project. So what we do, rather than that, we just relate it with something which we are familiar with. That is what we called as a metaphor. So we are just going to use those simple metaphors so that everybody is on the same page. We all can relate it what we are doing and what we have to do. Just imagine you want to explain your parents or maybe your grandparents that what is the cloud computing. So you can just relate it, your cloud computing, with the library system, and you can just make it easy for them though. Just imagine a library where without buying any book, you can just go and access whatever information, whatever book you want to go refer to, you can easily access it, isn't it? Anytime you can go and refer to your books also. So whenever you have a kind of a wide range of books available there, similarly cloud computing is also like that only, where instead of buying the space or buying the thing, we can always make use of that services. This is how you are just trying to make it relatable for the technical people without using any technical terms or those complicated words. We just relate it with something which they can easily understand. The learning management system, it is just like a school. So courses are just like the classes, isn't it? Just like school offers various classes on different subjects. So similarly, we have a learning management system where we have various courses on various topics. Instructors are the teachers, isn't it? This is how students are the learners. All this is how we are trying to relate it so that they can understand those complex things with the simple, familiar terms. So in this extreme programming, they always use these metaphors only so that all those developer designers whoever is there, they will be able to get it understanding. So this is how the main purpose is. We have to make the vision clear to all of the stakeholders. That is what is the purpose of using this metaphors or your product box exercise. We know that project charter is important. Every project in the predictive will have a charter. Okay, so you may have a different version that is different, but project charter has to be there. So project charter is a authorized document for the project manager. Once it is signed, that now project is existing. Until and unless charter is signed, we cannot say project is existing, isn't it? So we have to always, before getting it signed, we know that already we have engaged our stakeholders, we have engaged our team member, so that we have got a clarity, we have got a clear understanding about all our agreements. That is what we have discussed. We know that this is, would be our budget, timeline, all those summary information goes into the project charter. That is the official authorization for a project. So how many pages normally you people have in your project charter? Project charter, that is what Abhishek we discussed, no? Once the project business case approved, we initiate the project charter preparation. Yeah, that depends on the choice, because sometimes though we don't use all those business case information in the charter. We just provide a link that we can have all those business information. Yeah, it can be 2 page, it can be 1 page, it can be 3 to 5 pages also. Who prepares the project charter? So, Kirtiga, mostly we say the initiator of project charter is the sponsor, but most of the time, and now you people just see in your case whether it is a correct or not. So it is always, we say, most of the time the sponsors or your senior management will give you the approved business case, and they are going to ask you to prepare this project charter as a project manager. Most of the time we have seen, yeah, isn't it? That is what I think our learners are also, team members are also sharing their opinion. Maximum time we have seen the sponsor or the senior management is asking project manager to prepare this project charter. So project manager can prepare this project charter, he cannot sign it. The sponsor or the senior management would be signing the project charter. So very rarely you will find that organization or the sponsor is giving you the signed project charter to work on. And it is a good practice also. Why? Because once you are in this preparation of this project charter, no, so you are also getting the complete development of the thing. So you have got a very good or a holistic information about the project charter also. No, request for proposal cannot be a project charter, isn't it? That cannot be considered as a project charter. Okay, because what does this request for information consist of? Request for proposal, sorry, you are talking about RFP. The request for proposal is again where the contractors are providing you with all those information, no? That is what we do during our procurement planning, isn't it? In the procurement, that cannot be considered as a project charter. You can I think we just talked about. This is what is the charter content, high level information. What is the need, isn't it? The objective, the justification, all that is there. But based on this, you know that for this particular project, you are going to require some procurement, isn't it? So you would be using all those RFPs, bid document, other things for your project. SLAs, all those things would be there in the project. But we are going to decide along with this. But they are different thing. Charter is different thing. Even request for quotations, request for your information for bid, all are these procurement documents that is going to help us for the procurement part. But they cannot serve as a project charter. But you may have those things in place looking at these project charter. Detailed schedule will not be there, but a summary budget would be there, no? Isn't it? You have to negotiate with the sponsor in the beginning only. All your summary budget, summary milestones, summary schedule would be there in your project charter. Tentative schedule, isn't it? This is the expected start, expected completion date, what would be your estimated cost, all that goes into the charter. High level document. Do remember this word high level. All those high level information about the project would be there in the project charter. And now, based on the information, we would be deciding further. Then we do have one ceremony, that is a kickoff meeting. What is the purpose of this ceremony? Official go live, isn't it? Official announcement of the project. That is what we have it. Okay. So keep one thing in mind, project charter is all that high level information we have got it by negotiating with our stakeholders. All those high level informations would be used for further refinement. So we have, I think last time we saw the flow. What was that flow? Business idea initiates the need assessment. We have business case, benefit management plan. Once it is approved, that initiates the project charter or vision statement. Then we, as a project manager, has to prepare the plans, isn't it? You have to have your scope, detailed budget, detailed schedule, detailed quality plan, everything you would be doing it. So this is how you are going to do, then you will be executing accordingly. That is what is the flow. So once we have an official announcement that we are going to start this project. So kickoff meeting is just where we are inviting the stakeholders, and we are, this would be always done by the sponsor. So sponsor introduced the project objective to all the key stakeholders, and the objective, all the boundaries, and the roles and responsibilities, everything. Joshua, the business case and even the project charter, business case will not give you the detailed scope, no, it will just tell you the benefits of doing that particular project. The detailed scope, the business case will have your some of the high level requirements, isn't it? That is what business analyst does. He would be ensuring what all requirements has to be fulfilled, but scope is something different that we will talk about. The detailed scope is what project manager has to plan. We'll talk about that in our next topic. Business case and project charter, we just have no business cases there. Once it is approved, once our business case is approved, then we start working on the project charter, isn't it, Narayan? After the approval of business case, now once our project charter is signed, now what we do? So kickoff meeting is usually done after our vision statement is done, before planning. We do that kickoff meeting in the adaptive project, and mostly in the predictive project, the people who are working with this waterfall methodology, when you people do this kickoff meeting, with your experience, when you do this kickoff meeting after planning, no, before execution. Yeah, that is how we do, because we just present our entire planning effort to all the stakeholders. Yeah, that is what we are doing it. So but kickoff meeting can be sometimes done multiple. So what happens in certain cases, we do conduct an internal kickoff meeting with our internal stakeholders and the team. That is what we do it. And another one with our external also, internal and external, right? So main purpose of doing this kickoff meeting is just that we are announcing the, it is just a kind of opening ceremony, official announcement of a project in public, isn't it? That is what you are trying to involve all the other department people, also other stakeholders, and we introduce about the project objectives. Yeah, question and answer sessions will happen. So we are explaining the objective about this project to all of the stakeholders. That is what is the main purpose. What is the project scope? What is the boundaries? Who, what will be the milestones? All that thing we are trying to explain. We are just going to highlight all those benefits, all those other areas, strategies, everything is what we are doing it in the kickoff meeting. That is what is the main purpose. Tejas has a question. Yes, Tejas, we are doing this negotiations with our team as well as the stakeholders, isn't it? When we are trying to build this consensus, so we know that we have to always involve our core team and the stakeholders, isn't it? Because that is what you are going to get the input, isn't it? That is what I just discussed. That might be we know that we have been provided with a budget of 1.2 million, but our team says, hey, we do have to have some additional funds for security and our other quality purpose. So it would be requiring at least 1.4 million. That is what we are always involving them as well. We have to take the inputs. We have to take the inputs from your technical team as well. Some idea has to be there. Yeah, something would be confidential, that is there, but this is what, like, you are not going to disclose that how much return we are going to get this on this project. That is what, there can be two versions of your project charter. Because one charter, because there you know that what would be my profit or my return on investment, that you don't want to disclose it to the other stakeholders. You may have a separate information, so you may have another version that you can share it with your other people as well. Okay, so this is how we can always maintain that confidentiality. But when we are trying to get to know about that, so you have to get the inputs from your technical experts as well, so that you have to know about those things when we are finalizing our success criteria. Some of those inputs, whatever you feel that your quality team or your legal team or your other safety security team would be giving you, that we have to take it, because that will help you in finalizing the project success criteria. Kickoff meeting is basically forming stage is what we have for the our only team only. And kickoff we do it in public. We invite all the stakeholders. Okay, it's not only with the team. The team stages is all for our project team. That what is the stage of the team they are currently, whether they are at the forming stage, norming stage, performing stage, which one. Not all the team members stages. We just have to involve only experts, isn't it? Not all the team member. That is what we say core team. When we say about this team, so whoever is our planning, who will be involved in that. And that concept was as per our predictive that we discussed. If you see the slide, so when we say that we have to finalize our project charter, so we have to take the inputs from the experts as well before finalizing the success criteria. That is what we discussed. So you know that architect, whatever you feel that their inputs would be required for you to finalize or for you to negotiate for your budget, for your timeline. So you need to talk to those subject matter experts, isn't it? Maybe the architects, maybe your technical leader, isn't it? Maybe your senior engineers are there. So that is how you would be just trying to get their inputs, not the complete development team we are involving. We are not going to involve all the developers, all our testers during our project charter. But your leaders, your subject matter experts whose inputs would be there, isn't it? You know that you're developing an app. So don't you feel that for your UI UX leader, input is required so that you can get to know what would be the kind of some idea about the time, about the other aspects, that will give you some kind of an idea to discuss and to finalize the things. This is what we'll see, no? For our detailed planning, we are going to talk about right now. We just have got a high level information. Based on that high level information, once we are going to do our planning, we would be taking the advice from our governance board. Yeah, we talked about that. That hey, though we have decided this, but this is the thing. That is where the sponsor has to agree on, isn't it? That is where we have got all those things. Because you have to have all those things in the beginning. You cannot have an open budget or everything, no. So we do set our finalization, and based on that we would be further refining our things, and based on that we have to see how we will be taking the decisions on the project. If project manager can manage the things within his threshold, he would be doing that, else we have to seek the board decision. Now the last topic of this chapter is your development approach. Yes, Rajendra, we will talk about that also. When we are doing the planning, we will see what are those best practices. We have to keep it in our mind when we are planning for scope, schedule, budget, quality, isn't it? All of those aspects, we'll see what all things we have to keep it in our mind, because obviously we have to have our reserves, isn't it, to deal with those uncertainties, isn't it? That is what we will be deciding. No, these are all uncertainties, isn't it? What if my development team delays the work? How much impact it will be making on my further project? What is the chances? How I can mitigate this delay? That is where the project manager roles come, isn't it? You know that there are chances if the development team delays this work. So you know that might be it is a 40% chance or 50% chance. So can I do something to avoid this, to eliminate this? That is where you have to take your response strategy. This is what we'll do in our risk planning, because for our project, this is what we say, no, the principle, isn't it? Optimize risk responses. That was the principle. Tejas, we are talking about the open communication, transparency, isn't it? We talks about the transparency. So what do you feel once everybody knows that we are talking about the timeline? So we know that we do have to manage within that, and already we know that we have to keep some reserve for our uncertainties. So we'll talk about that, no, contingency management. So this is how we are going to do that. So what we do, mostly it will happen as a sponsor or as a senior management. If they know that they have $2 million for this project, so as a project manager, they are not going to give you 2 million. They will only give you, might be keeping some amount with them after taking out their profit margin, is it 1.5 or maybe 1 million. That is how they would be doing that, isn't it? This is what we have to always do that. But when we talk about our timeline, so we should not hide the real timeline or the deadline with our team, but we will share it, and we have to manage it transparently. Hey, this is the deadline. So we know that how we have to keep our buffers, our reserves for all those uncertainties. That is what we would be doing in our planning, isn't it? So we always have to have our plan developed with those kinds of a thing, and we have to have our tracking tools also for that. This is what we say, always we have a healthy environment, isn't it? This is what team should also understand. If principal partner left the project in between without informing, what would be the solution? What could be the solution? Tell me. Tejas, we will talk about that also, isn't it? For estimation of the story points, we'll discuss. So good questions are coming up. Interesting. This is another risk, no? This is how we plan our risk. What if project manager leave in between? What if the vendor goes bankrupt in between? Your isn't it? So what happens? This is a kind of a major risk. This is what we know based on your experience. Now might be once you decide on a vendor, we have to consider so many criteria, isn't it? That is what or Tejas, just tell me if this is a kind of a situation, whether you have faced it right now, Purushottam, if principal partner, what happens? There will be always some trigger, no? Trigger means some kind of an indication. Didn't you get any indication that says that might be this partner will leave now? Do you got any indication or no? That is what we have to, yeah. So this is what we always keep it in our mind when we define our risk, no? What are those triggers? That is what we have to always watch. So based on that, we have to have a contingent plan. What if my principal partner leave in between? There is a risk. So we have a fallback plan ready with us. We'll discuss that in our risk management. So you have to have all your backup plan. You have to have all your the kind of a contingencies, your reserve with you, so that it will not impact your project. And this is how we have to do during our contract signing also. Yeah, the last option is your escalation. But again, we know that this is how there are certain risks which is beyond our decision making where we have to escalate it. But this is what, like, we know that these are all the part of our project when we are doing it. That is what we all have experienced it. Now when we talk about this development approach, so already we have our project charter now, we have our stakeholders, we have our development team also. Now we want to have a approach what would be best for this particular objective. As we know that we have a three methods: predictive, adaptive, hybrid. So we know that predictives are all plan driven, where we prefer once we have the certainty about our requirements very high from the beginning. We know that even in the predictive projects, changes are possible, but we are going to do it in a controlled manner. Risks are always there, but we have to plan for those risks so that how we can eliminate, or at least how we would be responding to them for their minimum impact. That is what we do, create a plan in our predictive project. When we talk about this adaptive, so we know that we are working with a mindset where we know that we cannot have our foolproof plan in the beginning because requirements would be evolving as we are getting some new information. So we are going to work with iterative incremental way. So already we know we are working on this methodologies assuming that there would be high uncertainties, there would be lot of changes. So risk is there, uncertainties are there with every requirement. So we just do them, solve them, handle them with the real time only. That is how we are working with our all structured the guardrails iterations wise. That is how we are working with the small small time box, so that we will take care of all those uncertainties in the real time only. That is what is the difference, right? Now, the concept of project management and product management. So already we know we have a project life cycle, isn't it? Project life cycle is nothing but where you have initiated a project, planning, execution, monitoring, closing, isn't it? That is how we do. We have to construct a building, so we just initiated it. We just do step by step way. That is how we work. But what about when we say the product life cycle? So product also has a life cycle where you know that we do have various stages in our product life cycle. Those stages are nothing but right from introduction to growth, maturity, and the retirement. So how a product will evolve over a time, isn't it? Every product, isn't it? That is how we see nowadays the mobiles, or you take any of the new car, isn't it? They are just launching the new versions, upgrades, the mobile phones, the way you started with your first basic iPhone, isn't it? It was launched in the beginning where we just had the first version of that iPhone in the market, just to create the awareness. That was the introduction stage of that particular product. So we know that Apple launches its first iPhone in which year? Might be, I think, 2006 or 7, near about that, if I'm correct, isn't it? So it was all ranged, I think, $500, near about that only, 500 to $600 only, right? All with this basic configuration. So this is how the launch was done. They introduced it in the market, and then after that, they product come into its growth stage where we just enhance this product by working on multiple projects to have better versions, and also they increase their production line. So we introduce some project under this level as well, where we have the more improvised versions of our project, isn't it? Whatever you say, you take a product of anything, maybe it is a your headphones, or you take anybody who has used the Sony Walkman, maybe the people who are from my age group must have seen it. Yeah, that was one of the products Sony introduced, isn't it? Then they just added some new features every year. But that is what is the growth stage where we are working on its improved market sales. The initial, we want to have our complete capture of the market. That is how we are doing. We are increasing our production. We are adding the new features. Now once the competitor starts copying your product, that is what had happened, no, for Sony Walkman. Lot of competitors were there, Iva, all those things, Nokia, exactly. Any product you see, then again the product will reach its maturity stage because of the competition. But still we do some project to retain our customers, isn't it? Improved services, some of the offers. That is what is the maturity stage we are looking at. So this is how we are still struggling, or we are still trying to retain our customers, retain our people. That is what is the maturity stage we are doing it. So we have to compete with the price war, isn't it? All that thing happens. Then lastly, once we know that it is the time to introduce a new product. That is how the iPhone 6 was retired and they introduced the iPhone X series, isn't it? So now we know that sales is declining, and we know that if you improve this product, it is not going to give us any increase in the sales because the new technology or new product has already been come. This is how we have a last, that is the declining stage, retirement. This is how you are just trying to do some project, how you are going to retire it. That is what is the different stages that a product life cycle has. So product management is nothing but it is the integration of people, data, processes and business systems to create, maintain and evolve a product or service throughout its life cycle. That is what we are trying to understand. So whatever project you are doing it, so it would have some integration point within your project management and your program management also. That is what is this particular graph talks about. That is why we say that project requires both project managers as well as the product owner. Why? Because project owner is more focusing on the operational excellence, isn't it? He is more responsible about carrying out the project work, how to focus on the scope, schedule, budget, resources. That is how he is going to deliver to meet those stakeholders' expectation. That is what is the purpose of doing it. And product owner is mainly aligned for the strategic goal of the organization. That is what is the role of the product owner, isn't it? So he has to ensure that the value should be delivered by your product to the customer. That is what is more focus on the thing. This is how we say we do have got both project manager also and we do have a product owner also. So that is the project management and the product management. So we'll just take a 10 minutes of break right now and we'll, can we say that in the software app? Yes, you can say product because a project may deliver single product also, multiple product also, isn't it? Project may give one product. The outcome of project is this is what we'll see in the scope. But here what we are focusing on the product life cycle. Yes, Sonal, that is what we are talking about. What you are saying is correct at your part, that we have a project. Now the outcome of that project will be products, which can be single product or you may have a multiple products also. So you are saying software app, a page can be product and an app is a project. How come this page can be considered as a product? App or even in website you can say about it that, but how can you say in the app? Because I don't think you are correct on that part. Yes, page could be considered as a feature or maybe some deliverable. Page could be considered as a deliverable. Page cannot be considered as a product. Yes, product management can run for years, though that is what we say. Now, this stage may vary from product to product. This growth stage, maturity stage, this stage may vary from product to product, isn't it? If you consider the Maruti 800 example, now it is again retired, I think 3 years, 4 years back. So the stage may vary. That is what like you have to see. The product life cycle, this stage cannot be fixed for any product. This is driven by the market, definitely the technology, the customer preferences. That is what it depends. Sonal, we are saying the project when we are doing it. So outcome of the project can be what? Outcome of the project can be a product, it can be a service, it can be a result, isn't it? We are talking about the outcome of the project. If we talk about in this product life cycle stage, you just consider you launched your iPhone, then we have the new features added on your iPhone. No, we launched all our iPhone 6 and all with that steel casing, glass casing, all those new things they developed. Then we know that because the other competitors also copied, that is how they worked on the kind of a customer services, all those quality part, and then they declined it. They introduced the iPhone 10 in the market, iPhone X series, isn't it? The 6 series was just declined. Yes, that is what you have. Your all these projects are there, that will happen during your growth and maturity. No, you're trying to do some kind of additional services, customer services. That is again a kind of a project. This is how the projects will happen during these different stages. See, we know that for our product management, we may have several programs. So to run that program, we have a project manager. To run that program, you would have a project manager. And what is the responsibility of the product owner or the product manager? Product manager is going to focus on, he is mainly going to be responsible for the values. The main focus of the product manager is he has to maximize the product value, how the customers or the business owners will get those value. That is what he will be focusing on, the market, he would be focusing on the customers, isn't it? That is what he is going to develop, the complete roadmap or the vision. This is what he would be doing it. And when we talk about those program managers, or you can consider them as a kind of some delivery managers, they are just going to coordinate the different projects, different project managers, isn't it? That is what they have to execute, that program objective. This is what we know, that might be we are running a program where we have got introduction and growth. So you have one program manager, there would be one program manager, and you have three project manager working under this program manager. There would be a product manager who would be setting up this entire roadmap. So product manager is mainly focusing on maximizing the value. We are talking about the role now. Now role can be played by same person. Maybe the program manager is also a product manager. That can be a different story. But roles are different. Who plays that role? That is a different story. So program manager has to execute, integrate, isn't it? That is how he would be working on. Got it? Yes, yes, Mukund, you are right. This is what we'll see once we'll talk about the scope planning in the project. No, so we do have to plan for product scope, project scope, both. So your project outcome could be a product, service, or a result. So let's take a break and we'll come back after 10 minutes to continue with this development approach. We'll talk about the various tools that we use to know which development approach is better. So I hope everyone is back. All right, thank you. So once we know that we have to decide our project approach, what development approach we should go for. So you can always discuss the pros and cons of all the different development approach, and we can also decide by asking some of these questions, that how much unplanned work we are going to get in this project. So when we say unplanned work, means if you feel that you will have lot of unplanned work for this project, so we know that we cannot plan for predictive way, isn't it? Either you have to go for adaptive way or hybrid way only, that will be suitable for this as well. And the development approach will always based on the desired delivery cadence. Now, what does this cadence means? Cadence is nothing but the frequency of the delivery. So, when I think during our discussion of the different life cycle, I told you that where we have to talk about the frequency, whether it has to be single or multiple, and we know that we will have all our planned work, the requirements are known, or requirements would be dynamic. So we need to see if it falls under that requirements are known and we prefer our single delivery, that is where we should prefer to go with the predictive way. And once we know our requirements are going to be changing and we prefer the single delivery only, that is where we have to go for iterative approach. Once you know that your requirements are almost known but frequency has to be multiple, we can prefer with incremental. And this is where requirements and your frequency both has to be there. That is where we know that agile. So when we say the cadence, it all talks about your frequency of delivery, whether you prefer to have a single delivery or multiple delivery or periodic. Single means it is all, we just want to have our project in a single way, not in a multiple portions. Multiple means it can be delivered in pieces. That is where we go for incremental, no? That can be at a different time frame. Periodic means at a fixed time. That is where we have our agile way. So this is what like we are trying to decide based on this cadence also, what cadence suits our work, how does our team prefers to work, whether our team is ready to work with this mindset that where we are going to support and help each other during our working, or they prefer to work in silos. That is what is going to again a very important decision for our approach. What does customer want, whether customer is really looking for incremental value delivery or not, whether our schedule we want to have a steadier or we want to work with a faster pace. So you have to think on that also, how we would be working on, whether we are okay to work with a faster pace because it may have more risk also, isn't it? What's our risk appetite? Whether our organization is willing to anticipate that much of impact of that risk or not, because once we are working with the agile we know that we are working with a lot of uncertainties, isn't it? So based on that we need to decide whether sprints are really going to be helpful for our work or not, because whether we really find any value by working closely with our customer or not. So all these questions will be helping us to discuss with our team to get to know about our approach. And then we do have certain models or certain tools as well, which is going to help us in the taking decision. One very important matrix we call it as a Stacy complexity model. So Stacy has given this model where we are looking at the two factors. One is the what we want to do. That is what is the requirement. Whether we have close to certainty, we are closely agreed on our requirements, all the stakeholders have the common agreement, yes, this is what we have to do. If all of us are agreed, and second aspect is your technical capability, how to build it. Whether you have all your tested or proven practices, your methodologies, your technical capability, if it is close to certainty, that is what is the simple zone. So simple zone means our requirements are clear and we are all agreed upon our requirements, and our technology is also well known to us. That is where simple we can go with a plan driven. But what if we feel that we may have a kind of a project where our requirements are clear, or maybe some clarification has to be required? And solution, the technical capability also requires some expert analysis. That is where we know might be we are sure with our requirements or something is not clear, we need to have some kind of a, other guidances, and our technical capabilities also has to be experimented with. This is where we go with our adaptive, maybe your iterative, your incremental, your hybrid approach also you can prefer. If it is a kind of a complicated project, it is just like, you know that you have to maybe implement an ERP project. So we know our requirements about this project, but implementation needs some kind of expertise. The setup needs some kind of an expertise. That is where we can go with our adaptive way of doing it. Isn't it? You are coming up with a kind of a new hospital management software for patient care. So we know our requirements, that we have to have all the patient records, everything, billing, all those things. But might be you know the technical capability, because a lot of integration has to be done with the other systems, regulatory compliances would be there, all of those things are there, no? So it has some kind of a complication. Even in certain cases when you are constructing a bridge, so you know your requirements maximum, but maybe some technical thing you have to always get some kind of a guidance. So there also we can prefer the hybrid. Once we have a high uncertainty about our requirements are very, very dynamic, and also our technical capability is not clear. That is where we call as a complex zone. So this is where we know that we are working on our projects with the evolving requirements, as well as technical solution is also not fully known to us in the beginning. So it all involves the trial and error kind of a thing, experimentations. That is where we prefer the agile, the scrum, all those kinds of a framework. You want to come up with a kind of some new app, isn't it? You want to launch some digital marketing campaign for your upcoming product. That is how we are working on a complex project. Last zone is your chaotic, or it is also known as anarchy, where your requirements are unclear, as well as solution is also totally unknown. Very, very highly riskier project. It's all a kind of a crisis based, where we know that the thing we faced no during COVID, very, very chaotic, because at that time nothing was clear to us, isn't it? So that simply requires, because it is a very high riskier project and we just cannot wait for getting to know about all those things, we have to take the immediate action also. Just imagine the cyber attack on your data. So that is where we know that we have to always respond to this situation, isn't it? So this is how whenever we are responding in the pandemic or any kind of a, this the crisis part. So we will maybe the moon mission, isn't it? We have never done before. Now we are just going with that kind of a thing, isn't it? All those kinds of projects that we are doing it. So we have to do lot of uh, the small experiment. You have to take the immediate feedback also. Based on that, you are going to further take it. So we have to split our project into very, very, very smaller testing way, isn't it? That is what is the chaotic zone. We have to use all those uh, very this is agile framework only, might be extreme programming or maybe some other way to do with these kinds of working. So this is what like Stacy has divided the four zones based on what and how. What is your requirement and how we are going to develop it. This is what we are now working on, the different approach. Is it clear what are these zones and what we can do? Yes, Krishna, what is the doubt? You want me to unmute you? Yes, Krishna, I have given you the unmute access.
Thank you very much. Uh, can I listen once again about the situation? About the situation where we are requirements are far for requirement, and we have a good technical capability, and the box where the requirements are clear, but the capability is like
Yes,
is far.
fine,
Those two
fine,
cases.
fine. So, if you have a kind of a project where you feel that you have your requirements known, but technical capabilities is somewhat dicey, isn't it? Isn't it? We talked about iterative way can be easy to work with. The same thing we know we want to develop a vaccine, so we have to do experimentations and then only we can come up with the final solution. That is one of the adaptive way. And sometimes we know we have to always follow that. This is what the banking application we can do the incremental way. We have some kind of our requirements uncertainty, some are known but some are not known. So this is how we can go with the hybrid also, isn't it? That is what complicated zone will have some different situations. So where you know that either the technical capability needs some expert advice or our requirements also has to be clarified little later. That is where we go with the complicated, we go with our adaptive approach or the hybrid approach. You know that you are coming up with a kind of a new airplane or a aerospace component manufacturing. So requirements are already specified by your engineers. You know all those standards that has to be followed, isn't it? And you know that technical capabilities need all those very uh, that quality part. You need to understand your material science also for this aerospace component, isn't it? That is what we know, because requirements are known that we have to develop this airplane component, but execution is going to be very highly technical. See, no percentage, that is how we are trying to know. No, if you know your requirements are going to be, that is what we have a kind of a range. As such, no percentage. No, if you know your requirements, almost say 90% are known to you, or 80% are known to you, 50%, 60%. That is what we know, that how much uncertainties you have for your requirements. If it is falling under this zone, that is where we have a complicated. If you know that requirements would be too much evolving, that is where we have. So again, we'll just come, you can even take a survey from your team as well. See, it is basically when we say complicated means at least one part you have a clarity. either the technical capabilities or the requirements. That is what somewhat we have a more certainty. But in the complex, this there is a high uncertainty about requirements also, they will be evolving, and also our technical capability is also not very much clear to us. It also needs the experimentation feedback. That is where we have a complex zone. All those trial and error we have to do it. So it all depends on that only, how much. So again, this range is for adaptive only, no? So whatever you can use. That is what it says. No, adaptive works very, very well. There is another tool that we use, which we call as a agile suitability filter. This line is just telling you how much is the uncertainties. Maybe this says you have your technical capability known, but requirements are somewhat dicey. That is what we are talking about, these dotted line. Here it says we are having our requirements known, but technical capability is unclear. That is what these dotted lines are telling you. That is where no, we know that whether we may go with a pure iterative or a pure incremental also, or hybrid. Now another tool which is also very interesting tool, we call it as an agile suitability filter. So this tool says we try to understand our most appropriate project management approach by assessment data. It is a survey data based visualization tool. So we just combine our data and we collect our data on the questions based on team, culture, and the project. So we have these three areas, key areas for which we are going to collect our questions, collect our data. It all talks about that culture means whether our organization is supporting the agile, whether they have a buy-in for the agile, yes or no or partial. So they have a range actually 1 to 10. So this is how we used to give one value. Whether our organization have trust in our team, that they know the project vision clearly, yes or no or partial, 1 to 10. Whether we will allow our team to take the decisions, local decisions, yes, probably no. So we have a range of 1 to 10. Whether our project supports the incremental delivery, multiple deliveries, yes, no, maybe, 1, 5, 10. So like that we collect the questions. Criticality, our project, how much critical it is. Maybe this is going to impact maybe one or two lives, few lives, or it will have more lives impact, or it will be only having some impact on the dollars. So this is how we have our range of 1 to 10. Team size, whether our team size between 0 to 10, more than 200, we have a 1 to 10 score. So what we do, I'll just take you to this tool. I'll share you that link also. So what we do, we just have this gradar chart, or a people do call it as a spider chart. So we know that whether our project team will get the access to collaborate with the customer, whether they will have that access to daily access with the customer, yes, partial, or no. That is how we are using this grid. Whether our sponsor or organization do have a buy-in approach for agile, maybe. Whether they have a confidence in the team, this is what like we have our range. Whether our team can take the local decisions, whether we can have our project multiple deliveries, maybe. Project may have impact of few dollars. How much changes you are expecting, the likelihood of those changes, maybe less than more than 50%, 50%, 30%, 20%, 10%. That is what you are putting it. Team size, maybe our team size is around 40 to 50 people. Experience of our team is medium. So maximum score falls under this middle circle. That is what we say it is suitable for the hybrid. If you feel that our team will have daily access to the customer, our sponsor is really having a support for this agile, trust in team is really high, team decision making might be will give you incremental, yes we can go for, criticality might be some dollars, changes we are expecting maybe more than 50%, team size is let's say 9 team member, experience is there. If it falls under the inner circle, that is suitable for agile. If your score falls at the outer circle, that is where we prefer the predictive. Trust is also not there, decision also we are not providing to the team member. Delivery also has to be single, we cannot have multiple deliveries. Project may, it's a kind of a bridge construction, it may impact multiple lives. Changes we are not expecting more than 10%. Team size would be around more than 100 people. Experience is almost medium. Then we have to see, this is what we'll try to see, what could be the risk of those areas, isn't it? If suppose this is what, like if I talk to you, we have this one, only one criticality is falling under outside this agile part. So what we do in this, you now need to understand those risks, no, the critical project. So you have to plan for those risks again. So by using this tool, you can always look into what could be those risk factor that we have to now plan for. This is what this suitability tool filter. This is basically the data based on our questions. So the questions would be based on these topics, 9 topics. Yes, Abhishek. So we have the questions prepared. Like say, as I told you, we have our first question, whether we are going to, we have a question, we collect the data. What would be our team size? Whether our team size will be 0 to 9, 10 to 20, 20 to 30. So we have a scale actually, no? So we have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 like that. Yes, majority of the circles, if it is falling under the inner, that is where we can go with the agile. Whatever is falling outside that circle, we have to plan for that risk. What could be those risk factors? What could be those areas? How we can consider those factors for our project? This is what we need to know, if anyone, isn't it? So you collect that data from our subject matter expert. This is how we collect this. We put our questions. All these questions would be on these 9 areas: team size, team experience, access to the customer, whether we have a buy-in approach. So we have these questionnaire prepared, and all these 9 questions we will get our data, and based on that sometimes people do take the average, isn't it? So based on that average they are trying to assess what is the average score we have. So that is what we consider to take the decision. If the average score falls between 40 to 80 or 4 to 8, it is a hybrid. If it is falling under 90 to 100 or 9 to 10, that is a predictive. If it is between 0 to 3, 1 to 3, it is more aligned towards agile way of working. So according to PMI, they says most of the project would be hybrid. We will very few examples that we can say that we can work with the pure predictive project. So they say most of the projects nowadays, the way the industry, the kind of a world we are living in, they are more suitable for hybrid, where we have to have our tailored approach, isn't it? This is how we have to have our customized approach. We know that some of those agile practices we can follow in our predictive project. That is how we are doing it. Some of the predictive documentation, like your plans, your registers for risk and all, that is very well applicable in the agile also. So this is how we are combining the, we are just tailoring all those things for our hybrid project. This is how we always talk about. So we collect these questions, and based on the data we get it, we put it on this radar chart or this spider chart, and then we interpret this particular chart. So score for each attribute, and then we take the average, what is more suitable. If you, the link I think I have just shared with you, it also talks about how to use this chart. Isn't it? If it is falling under the criticality, so we have to address that particular risk. If any score is going outside the circle, maybe for access to customer, isn't it? So we know that we cannot access directly to that main customer. Can we have some proxy? This is how we can mitigate that risk, no? By an approach. That is what people are not having a support for this. Maybe we can train more on that part. That is how we are going to address it. Yes, Abhishek. And I think other people asked me, Mohammed, are you clear on this? So this is the suitability filter. See, the which tool is most popularly used. Sometimes people do combine them as well, Abhishek. Based on this data, now they are doing it, isn't it? It all depends on project to project sometimes. Because we have to first understand, no, whether combination of both has to be used. Because this is talking about how much certainty or how much agreement we have on our project requirements and the technical capability. This is what we need to know. We know that we have to do a project, we have to construct a bridge. So whether we have got all the technical capability, whether we have all those engineers, the people who can prepare all those structural design, other things, everything in place, or they need some expert advice, some complications are there, isn't it? So by looking at our project objective, then we need to see how much is known to us for this project and what is not known to us, isn't it? So based on that, we can always look for it. If you know that we do have in our project at least 40%, 50% things agreed upon, all the stakeholders has a clarity, maybe 50% is not agreed upon. So you know that we cannot go for purely predictive or purely agile. We can go for hybrid. Or if you know, we know our requirements, but we are not having the 100% confidence on our technical capability. We can prefer for adaptive, isn't it? That is how we are deciding. Because both our iterative incremental approach is what we are using most popularly. That is what we say hybrid. But as we keep on increasing, working iteratively and incrementally, That is where we are moving towards more adaptive. That is where the far side of adaptive is what we call as an agile. And hybrid will have both iterative, incremental in this hybrid part, isn't it? That is how we are working in today's environment. If we say that we have to move more towards our iterative and incremental way of working, we cannot go for single delivery, we have to have a fast delivery. So the more we are moving towards iterative and incremental, we are more adaptive in nature. They are all compatible with each other, isn't it? That is what PMI says we always used in our hybrid and adaptive project, this iterative and incremental approach, because we just break down our project work into the small iterations and we enable the early value delivery to the customer. This is how we are working in the hybrid project. Now there is a video on this complete explanation about our hybrid way of working. How do we work? After we do this video, I will explain you this entire process. What are those Scrum framework we use? What are those ceremonies? What are those roles? What are those artifacts that we are going to use? Because this is what we have in our PMP exam also, and this is important. So just go through this video first and then we will be discussing in detail about this iterative way of working.
The word iterate, it comes from the Latin iterare, meaning to repeat. Thus, an iterative way of working repeats itself over and over, optimizing itself each time it does. In an iterative process, work flows into the product backlog from minimum business increments and from the release roadmap. The product backlog is where the team collects all the work flowing to the team. The product owner prioritizes the product backlog, signaling to the team what work is the most important. At the start of each iteration, the team pulls the work they plan to do from the product's backlog into the iteration backlog. This is a key point. The team pulls the amount of work it thinks it can get done during the iteration, not the product owner, team manager, or stakeholders. The iteration is the time box around the team's work. The team starts with the iteration planning and ends with the iteration review. Agile teams usually choose between an iteration length of 1 to 4 weeks, with 2 weeks being the most common choice. Regularly, the team meets for a coordination, also called a stand up or scrum. The stand up helps the team coordinate and work in a quick and informal way. The iteration review ends the iteration. This review has two parts. It reviews the product and solution built in the iteration and the process, how the team worked together.
Hey, the volume is very low. Is it not audible to all of you? Then I should do it on my own rather than this video. Isn't it audible? It's audible. Okay, then let me continue. Then I'll explain. The okay, let me just continue with this video. Then I'll explain you. The people who are not finding it audible.
And what got in their way? In the demo, the team showcases what they accomplished in the iteration. The demo focuses on value delivered and feedback from stakeholders. In the retrospective, the team takes time away from their busy schedule to reflect on how they worked together in the iteration. What aspects made them go faster and be successful? What aspects got in their way of reaching their goals? The team looks both internally, inside the team, and externally, outside the team. The team also lays out a plan to fix some of the points that got in their way during the next iteration. When an iteration is complete, we go back and start over with the iteration planning and pulling work from product backlog into the iteration backlog during the next planning. The agile iterative process contains a series of artifacts and ceremonies. Artifacts are the objects produced within an iteration. Ceremonies are activities that take place during an iteration. Is complete. We go for the objects produced within an iteration. Ceremonies are activities that take place during an iteration. For example, the product backlog is an artifact. It's the complete list of work required to create the product. It collects all the work flowing to the team. The iteration backlog is another artifact. That's the list of work to be completed in the current iteration. And it's supposed to be done in the order determined by the team. There are a couple more artifacts that aren't shown on our diagram. User stories capture a description of a feature from an end user perspective. A user story describes the type of user, what they want, and why. A burn down chart is a graphic representation of how quickly the team is working through user stories. We actually touched on most of the ceremonies earlier. These include iteration planning, the coordination meeting, the iteration demonstration, or demo, and the iteration retrospective.
So this was just a video, but I'll just explain you, and we'll be doing this exercise also, might be in the next time. But I'll just give you the idea about this complete Scrum that we follow. So Scrum is a most popular agile framework that we have. So it all talks about the flexibility, the adaptability, and how we have to do inspect our things to adapt to the things. So this is the most popular framework, which is very lightweight also, and we are going to work in the fixed iterations, because as in agile we know that we always have a fixed time box that can be between 1 week to 4 weeks. This time box is always fixed, and the team along with the product owner decides whether our sprint size or iteration size should be of 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, or 4 week. But 2 weeks is the most popular time box that Scrum team uses. It is saying that we are not having a very lightweight framework, says we just have 3 roles. 3 roles means the Scrum team consists of Scrum Master, product owner, and the development team. That is what we have, only 3 roles. And this is what would be the Scrum team. We are having a flat structure. There are few ceremonies that we do, and whatever we are doing in this time box or this iteration, we call this as a ceremony, because they don't use the word activities or like that, they use the word ceremonies. So ceremony they call this as a sprint. So whenever you use the word iterations in the agile, if you are working with the Scrum framework, that is sprint. So in your exam, if you come across the word iteration or the sprint, that is same. Iteration just means a fixed time box. That is what we are working on to develop something. So sprint or iterations is all same, and we do have several ceremonies during this sprint itself. This is what we are going to talk about. So there is a Scrum framework, and we'll just discuss that also. So product owner is the person, and he would be just a single person. Product owner cannot be a group. Always keep it in mind. He defines the vision and the priorities of the product. He is the person behind the product value. So the person looking for what features, what requirement has to be done with this particular project would be done by the product owner only. So product owner documents all the scope of the project. That is what we called as an artifact product backlog. So that is the term we use in the Scrum or in the Agile also. Product backlog is the list of items that has to be completed by the development team during upcoming sprints. That is the product backlog. Product owner is the responsible person to prepare this. Nobody else can do this product backlog updation, and he will always have this backlog in the prioritized order, ordered list, in what sequence it should go. How to do that? We will be doing that discussion little later in the third chapter. So they always prioritize the work in what order we have to do based on the business value, what is more valuable to the customer. That is how we are going to deliver, and that is how we are going to plan also. There is a role of scrum master. So scrum master is just a coach, or you can call him as a lead or project manager, whatever term you use, but scrum framework uses the term scrum master rather than the manager. So he is the person who have, he or she, they like the person who would be helping the team to remain focused on their value, delivering the value, and following all the processes framework of this scrum. And the scrum master is going to solve the issues or impediments, whatever blockers are there, whatever dependencies are there, scrum master is going to solve them for the team. And also scrum master will be there for providing all the necessary tools, necessary things for the team that they require. That is what is the role of Scrum Master. Development team is a cross functional team who would be carrying out the project. So the development team is responsible to complete their scope during the sprint. That is what is the, they should have all the required skills like the developers, designer, the cross functional team. That is what we have as a development team, and they all work with a flat structure, no hierarchy we follow in the scrum framework. Okay, so product owner is responsible for the product backlog of a project. Product manager is, as we discussed just during our product life cycle, he is the person behind the strategic vision, isn't it? He prepares the complete value proposition of the entire product, isn't it, Nikhil? So this is what the role can be played by one person also, but product owner is specifically looking for each project, what should be going into each project, and product manager is looking at the full product life cycle, right, Nikhil? That is the difference. So what we'll do, we are going to talk about these scrum practices in the next session, because already we have reached our end of this session. As we know, we have to take up some questions also. Yes, I will be explaining you, Hitesh, this entire Scrum framework with a example of our case study of our product, this food delivery app only. So I have some additional slides to explain you, because PMI has only given us 3 slides for Scrum practices. Uh, Scrum practices is nothing but Scrum is one of the framework comes under Agile. Isn't it, Hitesh? We discussed Agile talks about Agile is a mindset. Isn't it? Agile is a mindset where we just discuss the manifesto, 4 values, 12 principles, and we do have more than 50 practices to follow that mindset. Scrum is one of that most popular framework comes under Agile. There are many more framework like your Lean, Kanban, you have your disciplined Agile, you have your Safe, you have your extreme programming, you have Crystal. Many more frameworks are there, but in exam of our PMP syllabus, we are only going to focus on the Scrum framework. So Scrum is one of the most popular Agile practices. Yes, Krishna, you can say, when we say, because we don't use the word project manager, so Scrum Master is what, like you can say, because project management manager's role is there, project manager role is distributed amongst all these 3 people. That is how we are going to work. So we know that project management role would be divided under product owner, scrum master, and the development team. What is the role of project manager? He has to integrate with the stakeholders, isn't it? He has to delegate the work, he has to resolve the dependencies. That is what we do have, all those roles that would be shared by the scrum team only. Scrum master is basically is an agile coach. So scrum master will talk about all these roles in detail. Okay, that is what I have got this complete separate PPT to explain you about all these roles. We have not yet discussed about this scrum framework. We will be talking about in detail with the example how the things goes, how we are going to do the things in our next session. And also we have to discuss in detail during our next chapter as well, because once we are going to talk about planning, no, we will talk about the planning for agile project, planning for predictive project, planning for hybrid. Yes, Shilpa, you can consider, you can say the agile project manager or scrum master. Okay. So mostly scrum framework avoids manager word, because manager means someone who is dictating, someone who is directing. And when we say master or a kind of a coach, he is more a kind of a facilitator. More actively, it would be shared between the scrum master and the product owner Prakhar. In our organization, agile delivery managers does the job of scrum. See, we know we are talking about the roles. Okay, just specifically roles we have to focus on. Who plays that role, that is a different thing. So role can be played by team members also. Difference between a product owner and a project manager. Now, as I just mentioned right now, that when we talk about this product manager or a product owner, so product manager is going to focus on the value delivery, isn't it? So this product manager is what a kind of a person who have to deliver this entire value with this our uh, a complete full product owner. When we are talking about, he is only focusing on one product backlog, isn't it? Might be he has to focus on the one part of the project that we are doing it. So maybe like say suppose you are trying to build up a kind of a new banking app. So product manager would be doing all those market study, all those market discoveries, isn't it? He has to do all those research so that he can decide the product vision, the full product roadmap. Might be he has a product roadmap for 2 years or maybe 3 years or maybe 1 year or maybe 1.5 year, that what we are going to do in this entire time frame. So he would be responsible to do that. And product owner would be focusing on defining the product backlog. What should be the scope of our first project that you are doing it? We are going to talk about that. So mainly it is when we are working on a kind of a big project or a kind of a bigger product, you know that there is a product manager who would be deciding the complete vision and the roadmap. Product owner is going to highlight. It is just like if we talk about, you want to work on a kind of a maybe e-commerce website. So we have a bigger roadmap maybe for 2 years or 3 years. So we know that in this our 2025, 2026, what we would be working on. So we just have a bigger roadmap that these are the features and functionalities we have to have in this 2025. That is what the role of product manager would be. Now, for this part, you assign a, there is a product owner who would be deciding that what should be done in what priority. So that is how he would be defining the product backlog for our this first part. So this is what like we will be seeing, and then the product first, second, third, fourth. We know that all these features we will be defining in our first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. So for quarter one, to complete these features, we know that we require some 4 or 5 sprints. That is how we do our planning in detail. So product manager and product owner, this is what I told you. There are two different roles, but it can be played by same person as well in many of the organization. And in few organization, you will have these roles played by distinct people also. You have a product manager because product owner role can be played by a domain expert, that we decide who should be the product owner. That also depends on the project to project. Sometimes we do have to have a technical expert as a product owner, but it is not always true. Yes, product manager is behind this product life cycle, no, because that is how he would be defining those values proposition, Divya, isn't it? Would there be a difference in Scrum Master roles and responsibilities in a managed service project and staff augmentation project? So, Scrum Master, as we know that Scrum will, we have not discussed about these roles and responsibilities in detail right now, Sonal. So, Scrum Master role is just to serve as a servant leader. We will use this term backlog because right, we have not yet covered this thing. So for right now, Joshua, keep one thing in mind why we use the term backlog. Backlog means something which is remaining, something which is yet to complete with this project. That is why they use this term backlog. So there is a product backlog, there is a sprint backlog also. So list of item that is still to be done by the team in the upcoming sprint, that is the sprint backlog. We have not yet covered it. We are going to talk about this entire Scrum framework in the next session. Okay. So right now, don't just jump on all these things because we have not yet discussed in detail. We have just got through that video. We are going to cover all these roles in detail. What are the roles of product owner, scrum master, development team? How do we do the sprint planning? All these ceremonies, and we'll see the things as well. The scrum team is all about not more than 9 people. Team size, we'll discuss that also. Okay. So ideal team size should be between 3 to 9 people. Then only we can have a better collaboration. If you have a very big team, it's not possible. But there are multiple teams working on the project. If it is a big project, you know that each team cannot have more than 9 people, but we may have 4 or 5 teams working for a project, but each team will have only size of 3 to 9 people only. So don't get into detail right now for our Scrum framework. We will be covering the Scrum framework next week with an example. So all the roles, all these ceremonies, all these artifacts, we are going to do that. So we are done with our today's agenda. So almost we have completed our second chapter. Only the Scrum framework we'll discuss in detail. And also we'll dive into our third chapter next week. That is the most lengthiest one, planning part. Because once we know our approach, so now we are going to decide how to plan. So all those planning things we will be seeing in the next week. There would not be any such questions, Lindsay, from this tools actually. Okay. There would not be any such kind of a questions. Yeah, Hitesh, that is what I think I told you, no? The video was the explanation of the Scrum framework. We are going to discuss everything that has been described in the video with our own presentation. Video was only for 4 minutes. We will be spending, I think, more than 45 minutes for our Scrum. If you people have downloaded your material and this video is there in your Spotlight videos folder also. If you have accessed your digital kit, you can watch this video there also in your PMI website. Okay, team. So thank you all of you. So now I think you all have to start your week from tomorrow onwards. And again, weekends you will be spending for your learning part. Any other questions if you have related to operations part or any digital kit issue, you can reach out to our support team. All right. So thank you once again. So have a great time. Good evening. Goodbye. Tanuja says, can you share some more questions? Topics covered so far. I can't find PDF notes if it is already available. It is there, Tanuja, on the drive. Questions related to stakeholders and communication is also there in the PMP question folder. Okay, go through that. Yeah, over to you, LSM.
Thank you so much, Ranjita ma'am, for an insightful session, and a big thank you to everyone for your active participation. Before you leave, a feedback survey will appear in your browser. We truly value your input. If you enjoyed the session, we would appreciate a 5-star rating. If there is anything that could have been better, please share your thoughts with us. Your feedback helps us to enhance in our future sessions and create a better learning experience for you guys. Once again, thank you everyone for your time and engagement. We look forward to seeing you again in our next session. Take care. Happy learning. Thank you so much.
There is a query from Nitish Shatvik.
Yes, ma'am. I just shared the
Fine,
steps
fine.
to
Okay,
raise
fine.
the ticket. Thank you, ma'am.